7 to 10 in the mornings. The Weekend Breakfast Show.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Tom. I've probably just made Tom shit himself because if my memory serves me right, you thought it was probably 2:15 today.
I did, mate, 'cause that's what you scheduled us at. So I was here 10 minutes early, and then the show's starting when I come in. So, hey, it's up to you, mate. It's up to you if you want to start the show early. But there we go. Good to be back.
So I realised as I was doing it that I'd actually changed the time to 2 o'clock, but that I hadn't let anybody else know, because when I sent all the emails out, it was scheduled for 2:15. But having read your text messages over the last week or so, I thought we'd better give ourselves a full hour.
Yeah, I do type like I write, unfortunately, which means we need the extra time to kick the show off today, because there's plenty to talk about when it comes to Leicester, isn't it? Heading into what is going to be a massive few days for this football club, good mate.
Indeed, totally. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. I've still got a lingering little cough now, but it's not as bad as I was a couple of weeks ago. It knocked me for 6. I was really quite in a bad way. So, yeah, so feeling a bit better. I've got the mute button on standby, though, in case I need it for this one.
No problem at all. Well, like I say, you will sit in the background and you will keep us updated with scores. Nobody else update with scores, because that's what Tom will be doing in the background. It is a big weekend. It's a season-defining weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, strap in, guys. The roller coaster ride's truly about to begin now, isn't it? Really, after we've been sort of dragging ourselves down to this, but the time is now. I mean, Rabbit's been here for a while now. There's been time to get some of these ideas into place, and like we say, we need today to go out there and get 3 points. We kind of need to get 2 wins in a row, Chris, which is something we've really struggled to do all season.
Yeah, I think we've only done it twice, and I have to say that. If we get less than 4 points, because we need 6, but if we get less than 4, check where Cheltenham is and Stockport and all of those clubs, because that's where we're going to be next season. But I've got my lucky Jaguars hat on, so who knows? I'm back to wearing the shirt because we actually won one, but how long it will stay on for, I don't know. Lincoln have just gone top of League One. They are not just gone top; they are well clear.
I think they're going to confirm winning promotion today. I think.
And I mean, if only they had a manager that maybe we could use.
Yeah, I wouldn't have left Lincoln now for Leicester, though. I mean, why would you sabotage a good thing at this time? Going into something which is so difficult. Well, yeah, I know, but the money's not everything in this world, Chris. It is to a lot of people, but not to me and you.
No, only because we haven't got it. Leave you me with the arseholes I have for neighbours. If I had money, I'd be out of here like a good one. So yeah, I mean, it is money at the end of the day. Why do people keep going back to Watford? Why do people keep going to Chelsea? Why do people keep coming to Leicester? It's because they're getting money, and it's as simple as that, unfortunately. I want to just remind you of You know what Confucius says about times like this?
Oh, no, I'm confused by the word Confucius to start the show, Chris. Please indulge me. Oh, here we go.
I mean, I heard the saying, Confucius say.
I have, but not in that context, probably, mate. That's what it
No,
is.
no, in fairness, you probably wouldn't have done. But Confucius asks, it can't go on like this, can it? And Confucius say, oh, it can.
Oh, it
And
certainly
that's what
can.
we've got to remember. There is nothing that I can see, and we'll come to the starting team in a minute. There is nothing that makes me think we're going to get 3 points from this game. And I'll tell you what, having just read a post on Leicestershire Live, I don't think that Rowett is the man to keep us up. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying let's change it now, because at the end of the day, it would be stupid. Or would it? But no, Rowett. He's like I have always said. Same shit, different arsehole. For him to come out and publicly say this, Rowett shoots down City striker experiment as trust place in duo. Now, Reece has been saying for a long time that, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm actually, I think I'm going to start the show off with one of these. You've been warned.
Time for me to sit back and listen. Here we go.
How can anybody have faith in those two fucking clowns? They could not, I mean, the defenders that have got more goals on their own than those two have between them at other clubs. What? Trust. Sorry, Gary, I couldn't trust you to walk in a straight line anymore. You are absolutely useless. And even if we win today, I have no faith in you whatsoever. Do I want you at the club next season? No. Because if that's your sort of attitude and that's what you think constitutes a good team, like Reece says, maybe AU has got something in his contract that says if he's fit, he has to play or he has to be in the squad. But to say that he's going to stick with these two strikers who are they even actually into double figures between them? I don't think they are. And yet he's going to stick and he trusts those to get us out of this shit. Gary Rowett, you are just one great pile of diarrhea, although diarrhea doesn't pile, obviously. At the end of the season, fuck off out of my club and go and manage, I don't know, stop somebody in the conference, because you're not a fucking manager. You are not a fucking manager if that's what you have gleaned. And I'll tell you what, while you're at it, take Kingy with you, because he's obviously not giving you any information. So take him as well.
Let me devil's advocate you here, Chris. I don't agree with this anti-Rowett stuff. I think whoever's in charge is going to be an utter shitstorm anyway, because this is the group we got to work with, right? Right now, there's going to be a lot of propaganda he's going to say in the press conferences to at least try and squeeze something out of a lemon that is pretty much on its arse already, right? So I don't think it matters who the manager is. I really don't. I think ultimately the group of players we got here by decision of the club above him are a group of players that aren't ready to compete in this sort of battle we've ended up in, which is a relegation scrap. If it was a Premier League thing, where we could pass around the back for 20 years and come up against teams like this more often than not, we'd have more of a better shot. But we haven't got the grit, we haven't got the determination. Rowett's going to bring in the work rate, there's no doubt about it, but are these players willing to work hard as well? That is something we've questioned all season, right?
Oh, I could not disagree with you more, I'm afraid, Tom, because
and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Come on.
No, I just think it does make a difference who's in charge, because you might have somebody with brains who would come in and go, hey, do you know what? Daka and AU aren't working. I've actually got a lone player in who their own club calls a striker. Leicester City call him a striker. Oh, maybe I should try him. He got 4 goals in 7 games for Chelsea when he played for them. Let's try him. No, everybody. I'm going to stick with these two fucking waste of spaces, and they'll get us out of trouble.
I'm more annoyed by that.
A wet plastic bag.
I'm more annoyed by the lack of foresight earlier in the season when I said we should be
Oh, yeah.
blooding in some young
Yeah,
players
but then
now from
Rowett
the
wasn't
academy.
here then. Rowett
No,
wasn't
no.
here then.
But that's on the football club as well, because we seem to hear things about the under-21s being sort of run as their own separate unit. But what is the point of an academy if you're going to keep players away from the first team, when in theory there should be competition there now to come in and maybe make an impression, right?
Today is not the day to give up drinking.
It certainly isn't. Cheers, everyone. It could be a long one today. As you can see, we're off on the rants early today, which is a good start to it.
I
But
went. I saw he wasn't in the team, but I already decided to have a rant because I saw that yesterday. But I was too pissed after I came back from the pub to even walk in a straight line. And I knew I'd have to watch this pile of shite. We need a manager. Look, we sit here and we say, "Oh, somebody's just written there. Who is it? This is a no goals lineup," said Derek.
yeah,
I mean, fucking hell, FIFA fucked us over with internationals because James is injured. Thank you, FIFA. Stupid fuck. I mean, why not say the top two go through from each group? Why aren't these fucking playoffs or anything like that? Millwall have just gone 2-1 up. Never thought you'd never see two goals scored by Leicester in a match these days. So, yeah, I don't know where the goals are coming from. Fatawu, unless he decides, I've not scored a worldie for a couple of weeks, let me do it. Mabadidi might get one if he decides to pass the ball rather than go for it himself. If he put in Richards and Richard didn't score a goal, would we be any worse off?
well, that's it, exactly. I mean, this goes back to the Hutchinson argument for me. Why wasn't Hutchinson put on the bench like a month and a half ago? So now we're like 30, 45 days down the line. I mean, he scored how many goals this season for the under-18s, under-21s? Like 15, something like that. And he's banging them in. He's playing for England. He got called up for England. We've got a lot.
Well, so was Munger.
And Page.
And you know what? When he was called up, he was actually played I think he was in the centre. I don't think he was played on the wing, but we just haven't got. I've put him as a blind man there, and I apologise to the RSPCB, but he is the whole. And look, yes, I agree with what you're saying about earlier on in the season. 100% agree with you, but that was then, and this is now, and now we've got a dingo in charge that can't see what's in front of him. He is. Come on, he is.
No, he's been a very good manager over the years, Chris. I just think once again, look, we've gone through so many.
Where's he been a good manager?
He did a good job at Oxford United. He probably shouldn't have got the boot.
He kept them up.
He got them up as well.
When he got the boot, they were in the relegation zone.
Yeah, he's done well at other clubs like Birmingham as well. He did pretty well. He's a decent manager, Chris.
Birmingham relegated, didn't he?
No. That was but he took them over too late. That's when they made it. I can't quite remember the analytics of it, but I don't. Look. Well, I said this when he came in. I said ultimately, like, this is what the third different manager we technically had this year when you include Marty Cifuentes and Kingy. Look, ultimately, you can bring in as many different managers as you want, but I don't think there's anything you can necessarily do with this group, and they're a bit soft, unfortunately. So he's still trying this attitude of, look, let's try and get something out from them. Words can become weapons in life, unfortunately. And look, we're very much entitled. There's been a lot of conversation this week about the fans getting behind the boys. I think the players have shown at times this year there's no reason to do that, and I think that's got to be on the football club and on the group of players, right? But then there's also the element of, ultimately, we've got to put that to one side a little bit and go, this club needs to stay in this division, Chris.
Okay, and we're not going to, not with that cloud.
Well, we don't know yet. We'll know by Monday night.
But you're saying it's onto the group of players, and yes, they have to take the responsibility. But then if they are not playing, put somebody in who wants to fucking play. Don't put those two. I mean, like I say, honestly, guys, if he is in charge for us next season, and I don't think he will be, but if he is, I'm going to go start doing Coventry watch-alongs because I will have had it. I will have had it with this group and this club.
In hindsight, it sounds like you wanted Nigel Pearson, Chris.
Do you know what? Yes. I mean, not long term. Look, my thoughts on Nigel Pearson. We should have got Chris Wilder in, but we didn't. We want to play this, let's have a wank while we're passing the ball around football. I just don't think this is a team. If we didn't have Jordan James, Fatawu, Mavididi, we would not be where we would be in a worse position because they're at least making our goal difference look pretty decent. Those two aren't.
Yeah, it was a great comment there about, like how there's no goals in this lineup from Derek, and that is a good point because the goals
That's
are
what
coming from
I referred to that.
because Fatu either scores a worldie or Jordan James is the only one who can penetrate from the midfield and look like he can put a
But if it
shot
wasn't
in,
for
right?
those three, we would be a hell of a lot worse off because our strikers
Yeah.
aren't scoring.
Yeah.
But we've stuck with them. We've stuck with them ever since the start of the season. And you said earlier that these guys aren't ready for a relegation battle. What did they do in the Premier League?
Oh yeah, they went down with whimper, Chris.
Yeah, we were in the relegation battle.
Hmm.
So there's nothing here that makes me think that these two guys just leave them in the dressing room to wank each other off. That's what I say because they're more likely to sort of score than they are in the change room than they are on the pitch. Complete and utter waste of time. And Gary Rowett, no faith in you whatsoever. And even if you win today, I will not change my mind. I do not want him. And I'm not saying he's got to go because that would be just stupid. I mean, Roy Hodgson's been taken anyway, so we can't go for him. That is a bit of a weird one. But I'm sorry, no. Is he the man for this club? No. Every day, no, and twice on a match day.
Well, I tell you what, a good comment from Dorker there. Hey guys in the chat as well. But I've really convinced myself now. I'm delighted to see Yannick Vestergaard on the bench because we can go back to the old days of chucking a centre back up front because of the desperation we got. At least have some physicality up there, like
I've not
Welsh
actually
used to
looked at the
Elliott.
bench yet. Let it just go across the bottom. So we've got Bekovic, Nelson, Vestergaard, Chowdhury, Aribo, Dakova Reed, Monga, why? Richards, why? They ain't going to come on. Why put them on the bench? There's Ayer will probably be 2-0 down with 10 minutes to go. He'll take Daka off and put Ayer up front, and he will come on, knight in shining armour, and do sweet fuck all.
There's a flip side to this argument, quickly, Chris, that I've been thinking about like earlier today and this week, and that is that part of the problem is the club and how they wanted the players to play for so long because they wanted to play the pass around the back, sort of keep control of the football, but we've lacked penetration. And when you've spent a year not scoring goals in the Premier League, to try and break out of that, it puts you in a Luton cycle, doesn't it? And that is a big part of the problem. We needed refreshment. We didn't need, actually, in hindsight, to bring in Marty Cifuentes in the summer, who was actually going to do exactly the same thing as what had been done before. That's on the club for making that appointment.
And like I say, and I'm sorry, Andy King's got to take a bit of the blame as well because why are you not talking to the manager? Why are you not, going along and saying, this isn't going to work? That's how it worked with when we had Craig Shakespeare. A coach who had some balls and could go up to Claudio and going, that ain't going to work, Claudio.
The difference then is we had players who would go into business for themselves, which can be viewed as a wrong thing. But when you're Jamie Vardy, Mark Albrighton, Wes Morgan, Robert Hoof, and you know what you're doing and you're trying to be trained out of that, you're still going to go and want to win football matches. We haven't got characters in this group, Chris, to take that responsibility anymore.
No, we haven't. So why are they on the pitch?
Because this is the players we got. We wanted a group team.
And we have got other players. And all right, I could go back early, but we've got a couple of lone players that aren't on there. I know Ramsey and James are injured. Fuck off, Wales. I'm glad you got knocked out. Mind you, I hate Wales anyway. So I'll say Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. Do I want them to do well? Do I? Fuck. So I hope Wales now go and do in Italy and don't qualify for the next 20 tournaments. But like I said before, like I've said to you many, many times, and I get fed up with it really, but when you look at that Nottingham Forest game, FA Cup under
we got hammered 4-0.
Yeah. But the week before that, or the game before that in the Cup, COVID, we'd had to put a load of youngsters out. Watford, who were then in the Premier League, we beat them with the youngsters in. What happened? He brought all the big players back, and they went and did that against Forest. Drop them all for a week, embarrass them publicly, and say, come out and say these guys are not good enough. I'm giving the youth a go, and if they lose because we'd have probably lost anyway with this bunch of shite on the pitch. But anyway, let's have a look at the team he's got. I didn't realise that rant was going to take 25 minutes, to be honest with you, but there we go. Stelarczyk in goal. not an awful lot of choice really there. Look, he's gone for 4-2-3-1 because it's such a fantastic formation and it's worked so well for us all season that why not come in, Gary, and just use the same thing again that wasn't working before. That's how good a manager you are, Gary Rowett.
It's not going to play that well against Preston, who play a different formation. We want to be 3-5-2 today.
Well, we want to be anything but this, Ricardo, yeah, I agree with. Have I got the right game? Yes, I have. I've got the right game up there. Lascelles, Akoli, and Thomas. I've got nothing wrong. Nothing can complain about that. When I looked at the Watford game, for most of that game, we were playing three at the back because I think having Lascelles in there, it gave Ricardo the freedom to go forward, knowing that there's an old head behind him that can control the back three. Yeah. I'd probably have had Nelson instead of Akoli, and as would indeed Kate, but that's as good as it gets. I am very, very pissed off with Wales. I mean, why can't they just stick to shagging sheep and not actually trying to play football? Stick at something you're actually good at, Wales. They used to say, didn't they, come home to a nice cosy fire, buy a Welsh country cottage. It was like, why? He's injured. We've now lost him for this game, probably our best player this season, in fairness to him. We've lost him. But Winks and Skip are doing okay at the moment. Fatawu and Mavididi kind of, look, at the end of the day, as a starting two, they're probably the best choice we've got. Divine, and interestingly, Kate put Divine up front, but we've got Divine there backing for Bobby DeCover-Reid, and he's only probably out because he might be a little bit tired, bless him, having flown back from playing for Jamaica. And, he must have been really, really uncomfortable on that Ryanair flight with his knees under his chin. Oh, sorry, I forgot. He's a Premier League. He's not a Premier League. He's a footballer, isn't he? So he'd have been in business class. And been able to sort of lay flat and have a sleep and what have you, if not first class. But Mukassa's in there, and he's got to have a good game this week because last time he was on it, he didn't have a good game. And of course, the goal machine that we all trust is going to get a hat trick today and win the game for us. Patson Daka. Anything there that says to you we're going to win this game?
It doesn't look good on paper, does it, Chris? No, it doesn't.
I tell you what, the only place that looks good is actually on toilet paper.
Oh my word, yeah. Well, it's end up being end of this season. Don't knock your drink over, mate. You've barely started. Jesus.
Not my drink over. You carry on. I'm going to have to come back.
No worries. Clean that up, mate. Yeah, good to see you guys in the chat. Yeah, we're doing good, mate. Yeah, Chris is already off on rants today because obviously we're seeing the same team lineup we've seen for quite a while. Interestingly enough, obviously Daka, Divine, and Bobby, none of them trained yesterday because he only got back yesterday. So interesting how we've seen obviously Bobby not be put in. He's on the bench, but we got Divine in and Patson in without any training this week. So that is interesting. I mean, I was expecting to see Jordan Ayew today, to be honest, because of the time difference between getting back from international duty. It is frustrating not to have JJ for this one, but I guess in hindsight, look, if he went out there today and got the injuries, wrote him off for the end of the season, that would be a much bigger disaster for us. We're going to have to make do today, and hopefully Divine has a game used to what we saw at the start of his time when he came in on loan. And, he looked pretty good the first couple of games, didn't he? Although it has slightly dropped off since then. I mean, I think, look, ultimately, the problem we're going to have today, I think, is formation against this lot. Because if we play a 4-2-3-1 against a 4-2-3-1, like a team against a Middlesbrough or an Ipswich even, or even a Coventry, we generally in the game a bit more, oddly, even if they were much higher up the table than us. I mean, those teams are quite happy to pass around the back like we are as well, which is something that's been really conditioned into these group of players for far too long. It doesn't help the stadium atmosphere at all either, does it? Because the players have been told to do this by managers, but actually the fans want to see them start passing forwards and start penetrating lines quicker. Against a team like Preston today, this is difficult for me playing this formation because they're going to play with a lot of width due to their fullbacks, and they've obviously got the five across, which I think is going to mean our narrowness is going to be very difficult today. This is a harder game for us, I think, than playing a Middlesbrough or Stoke right now, really. So it's going to be an interesting decision, this from Gary Rowett, to see how this pans out, and hopefully he's got another tactical switch in his bag of luxuries maybe to get us out of this one. But yeah, I mean, the back four, for example, I think Ricardo actually had a pretty good game of it last time out, and I think the thing is, when you're struggling to score goals, we need to see that Ricky that is going to be covered off well by someone alongside him, like themselves, and maybe a Skip or a Winks there as well. And he needs to be like he did against Oxford away, where he needs to be contributing forward, where they can't really mark him, and hopefully getting on the end of something. So yeah, so I mean, I'm trying to view the positives in this a little bit and how we've lined up, but it is difficult, especially with the midfield too. I think Winks and Skip have been okay, but like has been mentioned by Derek very rightly at the start of this show, where are the goals coming from? If the ball drops to Winks or Skip outside the area, we're not really expecting a worldie to go from 20 yards, are we? So it is a difficult one. It is the group of players we got here. I think really today we just got to get behind them and just hope that they can put the work rate in to make this a competitive thing and really play through the lines quicker, because this team is not going to want to have possession against us. They're going to happily let us have the ball. They're going to try and break against us. When we get the opportunity to counter break, we've got to be much more decisive in our attacking play and not hold on to the ball for too long as if we're a Premier League team like Man City, because we certainly haven't got the quality for that. Chris, you're back.
I am. So it's gone everywhere. Studio smells like an apple tree at the moment. Just out of interest, Millwall have gone up into second. They beat Middlesbrough 2-0. Interesting you said there, they need to put the work rate in. Haven't done it all season. Why should they start now? Look, if you go up there as far as the first 10 players, pretty much can't probably argue with that with what's available. Thanks to the sheep shaggers. But it's just up front. We haven't got anybody that's going to give us any goals as a striker. So why not just throw somebody in? Yeah,
I've been saying it for weeks, Chris. Yeah, it's something the club didn't think about. In hindsight, we should have loaned in a proper striker. We were going to play as a striker. There was players out there. I mean, Preston, they got one on their bench today. He's on loan from Strasbourg, who's a striker, right? So there was opportunities.
We've got a striker on loan.
Yeah, we do. That's true. He obviously mustn't be doing anything in training, but we've also argued this as well. Like the training element versus what has actually been showing up on Showtime when the lights of the stage are on hasn't really translated, has it? If we're seeing the same players being picked, and then when they turn up, and even Rowett himself has said it, that they don't deliver when that is on. Interesting, of course, Chris, they trained at the stadium yesterday. I'm not sure if you heard that.
No.
Gary Rowett took them into training at the King Power yesterday, I think, to try and get them, acclimatized to being in that environment again, because it has been a difficult home crowd. Understandable. I completely get why. I mean, there's nothing to do with the stuff going on outside the stadium for me. I think that's been really well separated. It's very much back the lads, not the regime, which is fine. And I think that's a good way of doing it. I think the problem is that there's a mental weakness with us at the club at home. And also, of course, we are a scalp. Even though we're down in the bottom three right now, the teams like the Prestons and the Charltons and the Oxford look at us and go, it'll be a really good feather in our cap if we go to Leicester and give them a blooming good game, so we get that coming against us as well. And if you look at the Sheffield United game at home in particular, they were miles and away after 15 minutes ahead of us, weren't they? Because they literally came at us and they realised we're weak. So today, I think if we can just show that resilience, it might not be pretty, it might not be a game we're going to score a lot of goals, but there might be something to take from that, at least heading into some more fixtures.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, words just fail me. When I look on them, I mean, again, and this isn't Gary Rowett's fault. This is totally the club's fault. Why give the manager's job in the position we were in to somebody who hadn't got any experience? Why allow him to pick the same style of players and formation that the guy we just sacked did? At least if he'd kept the guy we just sacked, he might have managed to make some, decent substitutions or something like that. It just didn't work with that. But then, not only have they done that, but they don't appoint Gary Rowett till after the end of the transfer window, by which time we've actually signed some players on loan and then said, oh, here you go, Gary, these are the players you stuck with. Well, I don't like him and he doesn't play my style. Fucked up, innit? It's fucked
Well,
up.
I mean, there's two things going on there. I think, first of all, they gambled on Kingy being able to do a job so they could save the money, because of the money situation, which is on the club as well. That didn't work out. And the second thing I'd say from that is, ultimately, I think this football club likes to operate as if it's a massive football club, which means any manager isn't really a manager here. They're a head coach. So when it comes to actually signing players, they can recommend options. But I think the board of directors and, the head director of football are going to sign who they want. And unfortunately, I would argue for a long time now, the judge of character of players we've brought in, no doubt probably influenced by players going into business for themselves in the past 10 years, which I think has actually helped us on occasion when we needed it. People like Jamie Vardy leading us and dragging us forward and making sure we win football matches against systems which probably don't suit us anymore. I think they wanted more yes men players and not players with that bit of bite to them, which is also bitten us around now because we're stuck in this situation. Once again, that goes back to the club. I tell you what has interested me.
Sorry, man, you're off on one of your texts again. I tell you what, I also think that, I mean, whether they're a manager or whether they're a head coach, the manager stroke head coach has to have the final decision on who's coming into the team, because he's the one that's got to manage them. And I've said this many times, Tom. But can I just say that wasn't me? That was the Brittany Ferries boat leaving to go off to the Channel Islands and France. In case you thought I'd got a bit of a dicky tummy. Look, you've been a manager or a team leader. I've been a manager, team leader, and it has not worked when I've had staff dropped on me. Because
depends.
You get this player, sometimes it might work. You might strike lucky, but they give you somebody. Well, have you given me? Oh no, they're this good and that they're good. Well, they're cheap. Well, I said because she doesn't get on with her. She can't stand him. I said, why you? I said you're going to ruin a very happy and productive team.
Well, Sorry, I was just going to say, this is what surprises me going back to Gary Rowett on this sort of principle as well. I completely agree with you in that, there's times that I was given staff, and the only thing I could do is how I organise them, right, and where I place them. And like you say, if certain people don't get on, I keep them apart, put them in different areas, maximise their strengths, hide their weaknesses, right? The thing that surprised me with Gary Rowett is something he hasn't done, which is that we seem very much stuck in this 4-2-3-1 still. And I've not seen the 4-4-2 rock up. I've not seen the 3-5-2 rock up. I've not seen the 5 at the back rock up, even 5-4-1. And he's done this at Oxford United and other clubs. So why hasn't he embedded these formations in? Because it's very apparent you can do it. Hull's manager did it within a few weeks over the summer. Bristol's manager did it a few weeks over the summer. So I'm surprised how
Wilder did it.
Exactly. I think that's the way out of this situation, is to then have different options. I also think if we're too predictable in a 4-2-3-1, I think if we start this game after 15 minutes it's going bad, we go, right, lads, we know what to do. We switch to 4-4-2, and you got 2 up top. You could put Mukasa up alongside him, or Mavididi comes inside or something. I think then we're harder to play, aren't we? And it's redistributing the assets you've got in a more intelligent manner. I'm surprised because we haven't seen that happen.
Well, you said that when we signed him. That was one of the things, because obviously you've got, not a bond, but you've got a link with Oxford, and you do follow them. And you said well, no, he'll do this, and I was like, yeah, brilliant. And I think he did it. He's done it once, I think. But what do you think of the bench? I mean, Ayew and Dakova Reed on the bench. Why is Ayew still breathing? He's taking up somebody else's oxygen.
Let's make the bet now. He's going to be coming on in the 89th minute, because probably Reese is probably right in that he's got to play a certain amount of games, or we got to pay him money or something.
Can I just say to the CIA and Donald Trump, you've let me down. You promised that you would put him on the Artemis rocket and get him going up to the moon, and you haven't. He's still here. I want a refund of my money.
I'm trying to think the last time a Leicester player was this disliked. Was it Adi Akinbaye, probably? We've got this sort of...
He put the effort in.
He did,
I mean, we shouldn't have bought him because of this. Again, we bought him and it was a style of play. But then we do that at Leicester all the time, don't we? We buy players that we want to change into a different position. So why buy them? Probably because they're cheap. But I mean, that bench just does not excite me at all. What
staggers me, Chris, is look at the value on that bench. Vestergaard, £60,000 a week. Chowdhury, £50,000 a week. Decordova-Reid, probably 30 odd grand a week. That's 120 grand in free players we don't want to see play. What a spend of money we've done, guys. Well done. Cool.
Yeah. we know how. I mean, I was on a Sheffield Wednesday podcast on Wednesday, believe it or not, as it happens, doing a preview, and he's the guy who does the TalkSport 2 podcast, obviously on TalkSport Radio for the Championship, and obviously they're going through what we're going through, but just multiply it sort of by 10, sort of thing, and he sort of said, roughly just quickly take us through where it maybe started to go wrong for you. And I went, we see that trophy behind. That's where it started to go wrong for us. And I said, there's no quick or abridged version. I said, the abridged version is the whole lot of us are shit.
I think we felt the good times were always going to last. The money was going to keep rolling in. We were never going to get relegated again. We were going to get European football every couple of years or something, and we were going to balance the money that way. The club was willing to write off debts as well. And then all of a sudden, all these things like COVID happened, and we were terrible. We got relegated, and we didn't have the right release clauses in. We didn't have the, all these things because it added up to a pretty bad, lackluster effort of managing a football club, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just realised there, I'm looking at my clock, and it's not working because I put it down wrong. No, agreed. I again, totally agree with you. If you think, and I do want to take everybody back to the start of the season when all those Leicester fans were going, we're going to walk this league. This is going to be so easy. And, a couple of us were saying, oh, yeah, that's what Luton thought. All right, we've got the 6 points taken off. If we had 6 points, that'd give us 47. We'd still be, no, wouldn't it? Would give us 45, wouldn't it? We'd still be in a relegation battle.
Oh, yeah, we would. Yeah, I mean, let's hope we do get them back, though. I mean, they've got to get a move on with this, though, because the championship season's got to be ratified a week after it's finished. And while it's hanging over us, there's an appeal going on, they can't finalise the league positions on time. So they've got to get on with this. I mean, they seem to be very confident they're going to be able to basically keep the 6 points off, not to have given them back to us already. But that is a big part of this. Because, like you say, ultimately, even if we were currently 18th now, for example, without the 6 point deduction, the reality I sit here as a Leicester fan is I go, we've not been good enough. I don't think we've been as good as Oxford. I don't think we've been as good as West Brom. I don't think we've been as good as Blackburn or Charlton this year. And you get what you deserve in life, and that's taking accountability.
Over the season, I would probably say, we were as good as. They've started to come good now. They've, made a decision, swap the managers who actually had some balls to actually make changes.
I can't think of one game we've deserved to win. I can't think of one game we've actually... I think we've mugged Ipswich this year for 3 points. I don't know how we won that game. We were dreadful. Can you think of a game where you actually gone, we really deserve to win that?
Fatahou's Worldie, that's how we won that game. Again... I was playing devil's advocate, but yes, you're right on that. We probably, don't deserve it. Interestingly, but I was looking the other day for the first 10 games of the season. We ended after 10 games. We were fourth. We'd only lost one game, and we'd drawn 4 in a row, and everybody was moaning about that.
Yeah, but I was moaning because I saw the level of performance wasn't good enough, and I saw exactly where it was going to go once heads dropped. And the problem is we needed to raise the performance from there. But once again, you're just like, we're doing well, pats on the back, God, and everyone, it's going to be an easy walk. And then reality slaps you in the face like a cold ice bucket of water.
Yes.
Performance is equal points, ultimately.
The worst thing of it is that, you see, again, I see what you're saying, but I don't think where you're born really makes a difference, because you should, if you're being paid, all right, look, I know, I've just had my 65th birthday and I'm still not classed as a bloody pensioner because of the government, and not just this one, previous governments as well, so I'm not being political, but I am being ageist. I think you pay to do a job. And even when you've handed your notice in, you're still being paid by that company for 2, 3, 4 weeks, however long your notice period is. You do a job. So, all right, just because you're born within 30 miles of Leicester or you're born within the county, that doesn't make you a fantastic footballer.
Unfortunately, the world has changed now, Chris, hasn't it? I love this attitude, like Dorco's right. I love my teams to play because they want to do well for the badge and the shirt. But the reality is now, like, a lot of money's in sport. The thing that attracts people in this world seems to be money more than actually doing something you love and feel invested in, right? We got Ben White playing for England. He's fully admits he doesn't really give a crap about football. Neither did Benoit Assarukotu back in the day for Tottenham. He didn't like football at all, but he was a blooming good footballer. The world's changed, and I find it quite sad as well. But it's hard to find those characters. But for me, it is actually a very easy easy way to find a better quality of players, to find people with that in them. And they do exist, because I feel I'm someone like that. Money for me is all well and good. I mean, but ultimately money comes and goes. I much prefer to have a clear conscience.
Yeah, no, I agree, but unfortunately, I think it is a generational thing, and I think the youngsters coming up. How many of the under 21s have actually cleaned anybody's boots?
Oh, good question. I don't know. Yeah, but well, this is part of it, isn't it?
I'm guessing not many. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Also, you can't also manage. Like I sent you a hockey video in the week, didn't I? One of the hockey coaches going at his team, and like I don't think you can do that in football anymore. I don't think you can swear and F and blind at them and kick off at them. And I think actually you should be allowed to, because I think actually that is the most transparent and honest way to do things. I think when you hide behind trying to be, what is it like? Modern day sort of protecting HRs and all the rest of it. I think in some ways you lose that sort of authenticity of relationships between your players, and I think that's part of the disingenuous football we've seen.
I mean, I think Obama said there, money ruined football because we allowed it. No, I think we enjoyed it. I think we won. Once we started to get money, suddenly, hang on, this is the top league in England. It's the Premier League. We are looked upon as one, probably the best league in the world. And yes, suddenly we've got all these stars. I mean, I used to remember going down to Filbert Street, and I was absolutely I was in awe, because I was watching Leicester play Southampton, and I was sat there with my mouth open, because playing for Southampton was Kevin Keegan.
Oh, goodness me, what a player.
Yeah, exactly. And I was there watching that. And, again, back in the day, it wasn't. But look at Filbert Street. We had this new stadium, and suddenly we've got, the equivalent of Kevin Keegan's playing for us. And I think, I've been down there and watched Cambiasso play. And I was watching the other day, when England played Argentina in a friendly in Switzerland. And Cambiasso was playing for Argentina then. You won't recognise him because he had hair. But, the guy, and I saw him in a Leicester shirt. Now, he wouldn't have come, cheap wage-wise. I know he came in on a free, but we'd have made that up in wages.
He had character. He had character.
He did.
Leadership.
He did. But this is what, so, do I want to watch players like that? Yes, I do. So I think we all got dragged into it, but I think we all sort of didn't mind it. Look, this is what happened earlier on in the season, and hello, Wayne. It's like listening to the two Yorkshire men from Monty Python.
I'm getting old. Jesus, I'm getting old now.
Yeah, we're not as old as you, Wayne, if you remember that. When I was a lad, have you ever lived in box, lad? Have you ever lived in a box? On a motorway. 2-1 they beat us. This was the second game. This was our only defeat in the first 10 games. At one point, we were actually third.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, this, wasn't it? It was a game where we were outworked, by a team that just wanted to work harder. They had a bit more width than us. And look, you look at the team we put out that day versus today, it's changed quite substantially, hasn't it? It was the game, I think, where Canus only got just over halfway, and then he disappeared last game for Leicester, I'm pretty sure, actually. Yeah, I mean, that was a game where we got the warning shot of what was to come if we weren't willing to put the basic work ethic into our performances this year, And I think, we've ever since then really seen that decline come along a little bit. And teams looked at this game, no doubt, Chris, and looked at this and went, people can get a Leicester. This is the first time people went, you can get a Leicester if you have a go at them. And that's exactly what Preston did that day. And fair play to them, they deserved it. I remember thinking after that game, this is going to be a tough year for us.
Yeah, because when you look at it, we didn't really have that bad at start when you look, well, we obviously didn't because we only lost the one, but this was the game you would look at and think, we should win this. Look, I'm going to show you this because I did this at the preview show. This was the squad that started against Preston in that game. Solarczyk, Justin, Akoli, Vestergaard, Thomas, Winks, Sumare. Oh, God, I miss Sumare so much. Fatawu, El Canus, like you say, he got pulled off at half time. Mavadidi. Oh, and look at that, Jordan Ayew up front. Not much has changed, has it, really, when you look at it?
Well, a little bit.
Justin has gone, Sumari's gone, but, it's...
I remember I was arguing that Jordan Ayew had to play because he was the only one who could take a corner in the team. But then we've seen Winks recently can take a corner. So Winks had better be back on corners, by the way, because we've looked terrible at corners again recently.
When he the other day, I'm not sure who it was against, and then he was taken off it. I'm thinking, what the bloody hell?
Yeah.
What is that?
He didn't
You
play
know?
corners the last game. Every other one before that, he was popping right under the crossbar. And I was thinking, why have you taken him off corners? Like, we've now looked like we can't do anything, and we can't score on the pitch. At least score from set pieces, lads. Come on.
Yeah, but again, what did why are we surprised, sort of thing, you know?
Mm.
But anyway, that is it. That was the team back then, and like I say, things don't change much. That was early this season. Monga, do you remember Monga?
First goal, wasn't it, for the first
Whatever.
team?
Yeah, he created history. The youngest player to score in a championship game.
And since then, he's declined massively, like the rest of the players in the first team. There's a trend here, isn't there? We seem to have a habit of making players worse in the last
Well,
few
I was going to
years.
say, I don't necessarily think he's declined. I think we've ruined him.
I think there's been many players you could argue have come into this team and been good on paper, and then they've somehow declined. You know, Luke Thomas has declined, hasn't he? You know, from what he was when he was getting nominated for Player in the Year of the Premier League.
Yeah. Oh, tell me.
Oh, how do we do it?
Right. This is our season so far. So we're 22nd. They are 13th. 51 goals to 45. The worrying thing is, as you look at this, actually, there's not a paper width between us. Everything is so the same, you know. Goals conceded. Let me just make this a little bit larger again. There we go. Pop the Viagra in.
Leicester do that in their blooming sports drinks today.
Well, I'm hoping. I doubt it will happen. But of course, it's Easter weekend and Jesus rose again. Can Leicester rise again?
Oh, yeah, you did all the pictures for that, didn't you? Yeah.
Come on, Leicester. I'm not religious, but then again, I did the same thing last season and it didn't help. Shots 316 to 302. On target 144 to 147. And I highlight this, though, but it's all us. You can see we're on top of everything. Points gained from a losing position 10 for us, 14 for them. Points dropped from a winning position, and this is the one that drives me mad. 26 points we've dropped from a winning position.
Yeah, because shows we're mentally frail, doesn't it? And unfortunately, sometimes, you know, we end up getting too defensive and then we end up just completely shitting the bed. How many times this year have we been well on top of the game? And we've been always fans, we go, just keep doing what you're doing. There's no reason actually to change anything now. Maybe replace one or two players, but keep playing the same way. And they start passing around the back and giving the ball up outside our area. And look, you're done.
Yeah. Dworski says there, Jesus supports Leicester. If he did, I'd certainly have him in goal because we all know Jesus saves.
Hey. Dad joke.
Somebody wrote on one of the football sites that this is two teams that are coming into it. One slightly on the rise because obviously since Marty's come in, you know, we have done slightly better, not keep conceding. You know, we've got clean sheets as well against a team like Preston that are in free fall, to be honest with you, and they always tend to do that. But look, Norwich City beat us 2-0 and Millwall beat them 2-0. We drew with Ipswich. They lost to Oxford. We beat Bristol. They beat they lost to Coventry. We lost to Queen's Park Rangers. They lost to Norwich. We drew with Watford. They beat Stoke City, which probably, I mean, we beat Stoke City, didn't we? So it's not a good benchmark. But if you're looking at that on its own, you've got to say, we know I fancy us to win.
Well, you'd hope so, but I mean, the problem is Preston had 8 players out injured at that time as well, which doesn't make it any better. They're now down to 5. Now.
Sorry, I'm just laughing there.
Oh, great joke.
Fair play, Ian. Absolutely knocked it out the park. Absolutely.
That's the joke of the day, Ian. Well done, mate. We're not good with crosses either, unless we put Vestergaard up front, perhaps, because we've got no one with any. But no, I mean, I think Preston. Look, I think this is a bit misleading. They went 7 games without a win there for a spell, but they did have a lot of players out injured, and they got a small squad of players, you know, because they haven't got lots of money. I think he's a very good tactician, a very professional manager, Heckingbottom. I'm expecting a professional performance from them today, Chris, unfortunately, and especially when they're coming off the back of a decent win against Stoke.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look, and we'll come on to them in a minute. That gives me a chance to go and have a pee and what have you, which at my age I tend to do a lot. But if we're looking at the form table, and I went out and bought 18 Strongbow yesterday. Didn't that be enough for today?
18, you just have to go downstairs and just chuck it in the lift. Yeah, brilliant job.
Yeah. I popped in early to see somebody who was in there. And Strongbow, they've got that. So when I came back from the pub, I thought, yep, let's go and get some. But when we look at the sort of form table, to be honest, I only tend to look at the last 4 games. I think if you go beyond that, you're different styles and probably half the time different bloody managers. But this is the form table as it stands on the last 4 games. And I noticed I've actually cut the positions off. So 24, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. We're 16th.
We'll take that to finish there now.
Yeah, 5 points from the last 4 games. Blackburn are the same as us, but their goal ratio is different. And then look, we've got 4 scored, 4 conceded 4. Preston are down in 20th. Minus 5 goals. Look, scored 4, conceded 9. Maybe even Daka will score today. But they're down there. Bristol City, they're out of it. But Portsmouth are down there as well. So, interesting on that one for me.
It's what I expected from Gary Rowett, to get like 5 points over 4 games. That's what he's done in his career, really. Just, stable.
Yeah.
But look at Blackburn. They've been up and down. They've been terrible one week and all right the next.
Exactly. I mean, having watched them be awful against Oxford, they went out and won the next game. Just looking here, Paul Higginbottom have put out a 5-3-2.
Yeah, it can play as a 3-1-4-2 as well. There's a lot in those width players, the right wing back and the left wing back. Yeah.
Small and Valentin. Right. Can I just say, I have moaned all season about how miserable our artwork is when they put the team sheet up. It's grey, it's dark. It basically sums the whole team up. There's absolutely no colour. But I've got to say, what the fuck? Can't they surely get the Preston player in a kit?
It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, some of them are a little bit basic, aren't they? Yeah,
I think that might be a kit, actually. I think that, actually taking it back, that is a kit. But it looks like a T-shirt you'd get from Primark.
Well, it's got the interesting sponsorship from the Spud Bros, hasn't it? Which obviously is the in thing now and around Preston. So I can't wait to see Tamworth's kit with Spud Man. That'll be interesting.
Right, I'm going to go off and get myself ready for the first half, which is about 15
minutes.
No, it's less than that, about 7 minutes away. So I'll see you in a bit, sir.
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers, buddy.
All right, cheers, mate. All right, guys, let's take you through what we're going to face today in Preston. We're all feeling a little bit pessimistic. Might be time to start getting your score predictions in the chat as well, because we'll go through that just before the game starts. So, yeah, Preston, they sort of have 5 at the back, but also it really plays as a 3-1-4-2 when they're playing on the attacking side of it. So it'll be Iverson in goal for them today. He's obviously ex-Leicester, so that's always encouraging to see. Be a back 3 of Lindsay, Story and Hughes, who've got a lot of championship experience between them. A defensive mid-role for Whiteman, and they've got alongside him Valentin on the right wing position and Small on the left wing position. Thierry Small's a bit like a Jeffrey Schlupp, really. He's a bit chaotic, got a lot of pace to his game, can really drive down that flank and cause us problems. He's someone to watch today. Top goal scorer in the midfield for them, Devine on loan from Tottenham, I believe. 8 goals, got 2 last time out when they beat Stoke, so he is someone we've got to watch out for. He's joint top goal scorer with their striker who's on the pitch as well. Moran alongside him, who's a Brighton Academy player who spent a year out on loan at Stoke last year, spent a little bit of time in Los Angeles earlier in the season, now has come and signed for Preston in January full time. And then they've got up front Dobbin, who's on loan, I believe, from Aston Villa. He was an Everton Academy player. And Osmajic, who everyone's mentioned in the chat. He's the sort of striker we do not want to play against. He's a bit like Vipnik of Swansea in that he's got a lot of ability in his game. He's very physical. He'll use his elbows and use all of his strength to cause problems. He's got 8 goals like Devine has this year and is joint top goal scorer. On the bench then they got Cornell, Vucevic, the left wing back. They got Gibson centre back, Offia right wing back. Only 1 central midfielder, maybe 2 with Potts and Nelson. 3 strikers on the bench for them as well in Jefferson, Smith and Lukovic has come on loan from Strasbourg. Obviously we were played under Liam Rosinia over there. So it's going to be a difficult one today because they play with a lot of width in their game and we're quite narrow, aren't we? They have had a lot of injuries injuries recently, though, as well, which is something to consider. They've still got some players out in Jamal Lewis, the left back who used to play for Newcastle and Norwich. They've had Robbie Brady back, who's obviously got a bit of a good left foot on him from his days at Burnley and one club. Jadon Thompson is suspended from central midfield. Ali McCann's still out injured for central midfield, and Callum Lang, their right winger they also brought in, is also out as well. So we have Dobbin up front for us too. Yeah, you're right there, mate. So yeah, get those score predictions in the chat, guys. See some of them popping in here. I think this is going to be a difficult game for us today. I think playing style is something which we seem to struggle against teams like the Prestons, the Blackburns, because I just think the way they play with a lot more width than we do, and I don't think we're very good at penetrating these teams quickly, right? Score predictions coming in now. Derek, there we go. 2-0 to Preston. Hope I'm wrong, of course. And we got Ash in there. Oh, I've got a notification in the way. City 2, Preston North End 1. More hopeful than anything. I mean, it's going to take work rate today if we're going to do it. Get your rest of them in there, guys. I see Keith's popped his in. Cheers, Keith. City 1, Preston 1. And that leads me into what my prediction will be today, actually, because mine's going to be a draw as well. I think we're going to, well, excuse me, I had a cough here. I think Nate's going to come in as well. We struggle against everyone. 2-1, Preston North End. I know Bonner, good to see you in, mate. 0-3 to Preston, no hope. Drew's gone 4-0 Preston. We're not feeling that confident off the international break, are we, guys? I think it's going to be difficult. I mean, I would love in the world to think we're going to get back-to-back wins here, because we blooming well need back-to-back wins. So we really do. But it seems logic over heart here is that we're not going to get back-to-back wins. Can we get 4 points? I'm going for 0-0 today. I think it'll be like last time out. I think there'll be little flutters here from both teams. I'm hoping Jacob will have a good game for us. Chill Smith, good to see you, mate. 2-0 Preston. I think we're going to have to work hard for a 0-0, and it worries me, obviously, with the home element being at home. Will the players be able to, keep their heads up if things do go wrong? We'll see on that one. But I'm going for 0-0. Chris, what are you going for today in your prediction, bud?
Like I said, we need at least 4 points.
Andreas has gone 3-1.
If we win this one, we can probably beat Sheffield Wednesday. But if we don't beat these, I fear for us.
It wouldn't surprise me. It would surprise me if you win this and lose to Sheffield Wednesday, honestly.
Well, yeah, exactly. You want heart or head?
I'm on my head today. I've gone 0-0.
I went 1-1 with my head. My heart says 2-1.
Fair enough. And we got a lot of people in the chat saying they think Preston's going to win. So I think we're all feeling this. So I think it's a day the boys need to lift our spirits.
Yeah. Well, they're coming out onto the pitch, mate. So I will say thank you very much. You'll be back at half time.
Yeah, I'll be in the back doing the score updates, guys. So don't mention it in the chat. I'll pop them in as soon as they come along. So we've got to keep an eye on everyone else, haven't we, Chris?
Yeah.
So
cheers, mate. Take care.
Cheers.
Okay. Excuse me.
Do you want me to come back for a minute while you're eating food, or you're all right? Ronald's gone 2-0 to Leicester. Let him finish biting here, everyone. Come on. Dearie me, Chris.
Cheddars, mini cheddars.
Red Leicester, that's what we're going to look like in our face if we lose today, isn't it?
I was going to say Red Leicester as well.
Yeah. Right, mate. I'll leave you to it.
Cheers. Thanks, Tom. Right. Let's see, have a couple of weeks off and it all feels different, There we go. Right. Yeah, I'm not feeling confident at all, I have to say. Here we are. Is this the one? That's the one. That's the one, Malcolm. Right. Yeah, here we go. Must win. 6 point or whatever you want to say. We've got to do something. Just turn up and put a shift in. That's all we can ask for, isn't it? Well, 3 points would be nice, I guess. Oh, it isn't going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen at all. Right. Let's just do this.
Watch us on YouTube. Listen on your favorite podcast platform. Or ask your smart speaker to play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Subscribe, like, follow, and join in now.
When You're Smiling, which just about is a funeral song. But I've got to say, no spoilers. We will be putting the scores up from other games because there's 4 or 5 that will affect us. But if you put any in, even as a joke, you're going to be kicked out. You're going to be kicked out. There we go. And we're underway. Yeah, so any news Tom will keep us updated with. No, we'll be updating on all. Well, if Hull are one of the games that affect us, I don't know who Hull are playing. But Leicester in all blue kit, and it's a throw in and given away straight away by Fatawu. So we're all in blue, kicking from left to right as we like to. 2-1 Chile, 2-1 to Millwall. They've gone second. And Preston in the white tops and dark blue stroke black shorts and white socks. They're kicking towards the Kop in the first half. Oh my fucking hell! Oh my God, right at the start there, Preston broke down the left, played the ball across. If anybody had made contact, we'd have been 1-0 down after a minute. We were so lucky. Yeah, then it will be updated then, the Hull Oxford one. We break away, but we lose the ball. Bloody hell. Jesus. That was an unbelievable start. We were lucky with that one. Indeed, indeed. I don't know if has anybody seen Gray in at all? Fatawu's just got done down this left wing very, very easily. Again, there was a Preston player. I'm not sure if he was behind Lascelles or not, but he wasn't being picked up in the box, but it's gone out for a Preston throw-in on the near side. That shirt is awful. It's just like a t-shirt off the shelf at Primark. Oh, well done, Hull City. Well done, Hull City. An early goal there away at Oxford. That helps us. That does help us. Cheers, Tom. Interesting. That's a good start. That's a good start. So Leicester got oh. Hey! After 3 minutes, Patton Daka has scored! OMG! It was a mistake by Preston. Daka got onto it and he had an open goal. He took it around the keeper. What did I say? I said at the start, didn't I? I said, Patton Daka, he's going to score loads today. He's going to score loads. I think Tom's updating it for me. Yeah, thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Oh, what a... Oh, when he was played back, the goalkeeper came out. Daka was closing him down, and he kind of stopped the goalkeeper, let Daka in, and Daka just went straight in. And well, he had a defender closing him down, and if he hadn't hit it when he hit it, I don't think it would have gone in. But wow, 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 wow. I was about to read the Leicester team out to you, but thank you, Tom. So, Oxford losing, we're winning. Let's just hope we don't sit back and try and win the game 1-0. But what, I mean, fairness, calm down, calm down. Oh! Oh. Again, that was a throw-in that was causing us problems. We couldn't clear it. Dobbin, wasn't he in Harry Potter? So, like I say, Stelarczyk in goal. Back four of Ricardo at right back, Akoli, Lascelles and Thomas. Skip and Winks, the two defensive midfielders. Fatawu, Mukasa and Mavadidi are the three just behind Daka. And I have to say, I've got to look credit where credit's due. Ayew probably wouldn't have got that because he would have had to have run. But talking to Preston North End, Everson in goal. They're playing 5-3-2. Valentin, Story, Lindsay, Hughes and Small going across the back. Moran, Whiteman and Devine up in as the three midfielders. And two up front, Masic and Dobbin. Now Leicester coming again. Ricardo tries to chase the ball down, but it's through to the keeper, who underarm throw out. Wasn't the best of balls, and it's with Skip. Now Winks. Oh, that's a free kick. Is that a booking? That should be a free kick. Oh, no booking. I'm sorry. I think that was a booking. But what do I know? I know nothing. Jason Dawkins, I don't know him, Highfields, but RIP and condolences to his family and friends. And condolences to Trevor Oakes as well this week, one of the founder members of Show Waddy Waddy, who passed away. Daka again, closing down the keeper. Now, Leicester. Mavadidi got away with that one then. Mukasa now. Plays into Mavadidi. Out to Thomas. Thomas can get the cross in, but it's a poor cross. And it goes through all the way through to Daniel Everson. A good start. A good start. He did. You weren't expecting that, were you? I mean, I wasn't expecting a Daka goal, certainly not that early.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
For those of you old enough to remember. So 8 minutes gone. Oh, a ball all the way through. Daka tried to put Fatawu in there, but it was a little bit too hard for him. It went through to Everson. At the moment, it's a good start by Leicester. I feel that we seem to be able to get through the Preston defence quite easily at the moment. To say they've got five at the back. Well, as things stand, everybody, we are in 21st position. Still 2 points behind West Brom. Yeah, Daka, I've got to say, Daka is full of running. Those are the only 2 goals that have gone in so far. Hull being the other one, as Tom said. And of course, earlier on, it was Middlesbrough who were ahead in that game, losing 2-1 at home to Millwall, who have overtaken them into second place. Leicester are looking good. That said, we stopped the ball going back, but we were given Preston a throw halfway in their own half on the far side. A few empty seats, I can see. Again, 2 matches so close together. Bristol City gone 1-0 up at Charlton. Now that whilst it doesn't affect us totally, it does keep. Well, no, Charlton. Yeah, we have a Charlton. Yeah, Charlton on 48, so that's doing us a favour. Thank you, Bristol. Is it Roy Hodgson playing his own magic? So, Leicester on the ball, playing it along the ground into the Preston half, keeping hold of it. Goes back to the player it was with before, which is Lascelles. Lascelles is playing on the right of the back four. So now Preston have got the lucky bounce and they're coming away with it. Oh, that's going to go out for a Preston throw-in. It was a cross in from Preston, but Ricardo got his head on it. Oxford have equalised. For fuck's sake, Ox. Hull! You can never rely on Hull, can you? Oxford back up to 41, and they'll have put Portsmouth down. Oh! Was there a foul there? Daka was through. It was. Did he fall over, or was he? Yeah, they're not looking good, the Preston defence. I'm not sure that wasn't a booking. Yeah, you, me, and everybody else mad. We don't think it should be Ricardo, but I think it was like a gold watch for Ricardo. Long service award. It's all the way through from Preston and Solarchik. It wasn't even close to him. So he goes and picks it up, and it'll be a goal kick. Daka is full of running today. He really, really is. Oxford are still in 23rd. Are Portsmouth doing anything? Oh, they're drawing with Norwich. So Oxford are still 23rd. Come on, Hull, get another one. 64 of you in, please smash the likes. And if you're new, please do subscribe. We've lost a few subscribers recently, so if you can do that, that would really help us. Wow. Talk about pissing on our party, Tom. Cheers, mate. Jeez, I might as well give up now. Go home. That was it, guys. Hope you enjoyed the watch along. Oh, Luke Thomas breaking. Oh, he pulled down. Now that's going to be. I don't know if it's a booking up. It's a yellow card for Moran. Pulled back Thomas. I think there was cover, so I don't think it was a red card. But Thomason had a turn of speed. Yeah, he was pulled back by his arm. I'd need to see it from further away, but I do believe there was cover. That Andrew Moran booked. I don't get this one. Look, if the socks are like that, why don't you just get bigger socks on? Why do they have the socks and then make all the cuts in the back? It's like fart holes, isn't it? So Thomas is going to take this free kick, left-footed. Most of the players are on the box line for Preston. Leicester just ahead of them, but they'll come back into position. Thomas is just being made to wait while the referee gets a few things to his happiness. Second goal now would be good. Into the box. Oh, I think it's a corner. Yeah, it is a corner. Lascelles got his head to it from the free kick, I think, but it had to be put behind by Preston. Let's have a look. There's a chance there for Leicester, so it's a corner. Right hand up. Lucasa took the corner, not Winks. Tom won't be happy. Hello from South Africa, Jacob. Oh, Mavadidi has got it. Oh. And he's got it back again. Goes past one, goes past two. Gets the replay, gets the rebound, sorry. Oh. It was a lovely, in fairness, that was a lovely 1-2 from Mavadidi. He played the pass, got it back, and unfortunately the pass into the box was 5 defenders back, didn't quite get through. I went on a safari to South Africa. Absolutely loved it. What an amazing country. Had a night in Johannesburg when we arrived. Went and saw Nelson Mandela's original home. Wow, which makes you think. Sheffield United won, Swansea 0. Thanks, Tom. Don't think that has too much of an effect on us. I think United are safe anyway. So I don't want to do the curse of the commentator, but it is looking quite good at the moment. Dare I say that? So, Preston trying to apply a bit of pressure at the moment. Oh, it went all the way through, but it went past the a Preston player as well. That Nigel Pearson or somebody in your family, Nigel? Leicester playing it very tight, but they're playing some nice short passes, Leicester. Ricardo. Fatu, can he keep it in? Yes, he can. Oh, and Fatawu lost the ball, tried to go around him. It actually went off him out for a goal kick. I would argue that. Fair play. Happy birthday, Nigel. That's all I can say. Is he with you? I hope he is. Because this is for you, Nigel.
Have a happy birthday from us to you.
Preston coming forward but giving it away. Daka. Wow. Took it well. Got Fatawu on. It was a lovely ball through to Daka. He took it well. Fatawu tries. Daka was free. Mukasa, though. Then he shoots it back at the defender. Really, Fatawu should have passed. That is what I find so frustrating about Fatawu and Mavadidi. Daka was open, and now Preston are coming away. Oh, it's too hard for Fatawu. He's not going to keep that in, is he? Oh, he is. Fair play to Fatawu. Oh, on the edge of the box there. Another couple of feet. That would have been a penalty for Fatawu. But it was on the edge of the box. And I think there's going to be a second yellow card, is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it was outside the box, in fairness. Oh. Yeah, second yellow card for Preston. 20 minutes in. So, dare I say, we're not looking too bad at the moment. So, it's a free kick halfway up the 18-yard box, so 9 yards from the line on the right-hand side, near the near side where we are, because Leicester are kicking, obviously, left to right. Got to get this right. I think it's Mukasa. Oh, they do two-man wall. What a waste. What a waste. I mean, that was terrible. That was terrible. You're welcome, Jacob. Everson gets the ball, underarm, throws it out. Oh, Mavadidi sold a dummy there, and Preston come away now. Down the far side, but Preston pass it. The guy that was breaking away passed it to McGrath on the, I think it's McGrath on the right, and it was he let it go under his feet. 1-0 to Leicester. So it's a throw into Leicester. Wrong one there from Luke Thomas. It's up, but Preston kept it in. Fair play to Preston there. Fought off 2 Leicester players. 58 if you win, please do smash the likes, guys. It really does. It's free. Doesn't cost you a thing, but it really does help with our algorithms. Oh, Preston now down that far side. Oh, it's going to be a corner to Preston. There's 2 players covering there, Thomas and Skip. But I think it came off Skip and out for a corner. So, Leicester 55% possession. Our XG is 0.23 compared to Preston's 0.12. 5 shots to their 2. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Just can somebody get hold of Nasser and see if Artemis can passes the ball down, please? That was a corner, came all the way through. The Preston player was unmarked, had the freedom of the county, and I think that's actually gone out. Has gone out of the ground. Divine that was, and it wasn't divine touch. Sheffield United, Swansea got a goal back, I can see. Thank you, Tom. Let's hope Preston don't. Leicester got throw in on the far side, just inside our own half. Luke Thomas, is he going into the long one from Thomas? It's a bit of a potent weapon, that, and there's a lot of teams are bringing it back. QPR 1, Watford 0. Does that affect us, Tom? I think probably both of them are just about safe. Oh, Winks loses out there. Oh, a Coley and Winks between them. Kick it out and you go, oh no, it's kept in. Mavididi, but no, it had gone out. I mean, Winks he wasn't concentrating there. Oh, Dobbin, a shot straight at Stelarczyk, just put his hands up in front and took the ball down. Yeah, Winks lost the ball there, and I think he owes a goalie a pint afterwards. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. No, keep doing it, Tom. I just didn't know whether it was. I didn't think it was, but I was just asking the question. He's a right lead master at times, is Tom, I'll tell you. Oh, Callum Davison there, plenty of grey hair. Rowett shouting things at the players, giving the ball away there, Leicester. Thin Preston's half, though. Just going to go all the way back to Everson? Yes, it is. Everson, I've got to say, is probably at fault for their goal. Oh, no. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at that. Everson boots it up right upfield. Leicester, overhead clearance, overhead kick clearance. Moment it's air tennis. It had gone out. Who's it's a Preston throw in. So West Bromwich now up to 19th on 46 points. Again, I think most people in the prediction show would have gone for a Wrexham win there. A long ball from the middle over to the far side for Preston, and it goes too high and it goes out. "27 minutes gone. Leicester City 1, Preston 0. We are in 21st place at the moment. Portsmouth do have a game in hand, of course, but that is against Ipswich. No, yes, Norwich, get in! Oh, we love Norwich. I said that ever since I went to the ground many years ago. I went to Carrow Road. That's going to go out for a Leicester throw-in, midway in our own half on the near side. Yeah, I was working. I was actually taken down. I was working in Bolton at the time, and the manager and the company I worked for was based in Leicester. And he took 2 or 3 managers all down over to Norwich because he was opening up a new branch in Norwich. And whilst we were there, he very kindly said, "Well, look, guys, there's a midweek game on. I can't remember who Norwich were playing. Never been to Norwich. Charlton have equalised. No. They are a bit ahead of us, in fairness. You're looking at sort of 49 points. But yeah, and I went and it was actually, it's nice when you get options like that because you're neutral. So the score doesn't bother you, so you can go either way. A Coley got away with it there. Somebody clear the ball, please. And I think they stopped because there's a player down. I think he's holding his face, but of course that doesn't mean it could have been an ankle injury, but you hold your face just to stop the game, don't you? In fact, well, wasn't his face, it was the back of his neck. But as Thomas, oh my God, Lascelles is quite a big bugger, stood next to Winks. I won't argue with him. I've got to say, as Donald Trump would say, end it now. Nate, Nate, how you doing? How is it in America? Hope you are well. And yes, fingers crossed. They do like to score a few goals. So there's a break here. Now, why haven't all the Leicester players gone over to have a word with Rowett? Oh, no, they have. Half of them have. Anybody fancy a World Cup ticket? Was it £8,000 or £18,000? So, it's going to be a drop ball. Well, referee winking at a Coley. What does that mean? It would have to be the top teams, I think, because can you imagine Plymouth? You know, if they're in the same division as Aberdeen and they've got to pay for an away trip for the players, and you've got to think of the fans as well making that sort of a trip. You know, I can see what you're saying, but Wayne, unit, solid oak one with a marble top. Ricardo gets the throw in. Or does he? No. He played it out, Ricardo, under pressure. So there'll be a bit of time to be added on. I feel so. I mean, I was speaking to Sheffield Wednesday fan, like I said in the pre-match. I feel so sorry for them. Do you know what? The only people that are getting punished there are the fans. Because whoever buys Sheffield Wednesday has to pay, I think, 15% to Chanzeri. Fucking hell! After all I think he did to the club. And they're going to start probably next season on a -15. That said, I hope we beat them. Nothing really happening in the game, as you can tell. No, I wouldn't want to meet him down an alley on a dark night either, Wayne. Skip. Oh, Skip, lovely ball there. That Fatawu, I think, out to Mavadidi. Fatawu's in the centre. Daka! Oh! Oh! Oh. And Harry Winks goes over. Mavadidi set Daka up. Daka, Everson saved with his legs. That could have easily been 2. Oh, he took it beautifully. Oh, went through a couple of Preston players that have been late seeing that, Everson. A lovely chip into the box. Daka, he completely took it well. Can Daka go and play for his team every Zambia every sort of week, and then we can have him in this form when he comes back? Leicester now coming away. Ricardo can't hold on to the ball. Oh, he gets it back. Gets it back. Oh no! Everson somehow kept that out from Rukasa. It's back in again. Preston haven't got it out. It was Ricardo thought he'd lost it. Got it back. Here's Fatawu in the box. Oh, he was unlucky playing the 1-2 there. Preston put it out. It's a throw in. to Leicester. Save the corner. Wow. Of course you didn't, Matt. Of course you didn't. I believe you. So, good spell there for Leicester. Stefan Mavididi plays it back to Thomas. Gets it back. Now Winks. Ricardo in the middle. It's got the space. Okoli's right up now. He plays it outside to Fatu on this near side. He's going to left foot it into the box. Fatawu. Oh, Daka pulled down. That was questionable there again. It was 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. That would have been looked at by VAR. I know. I said, Wayne, I said in the pre-match, didn't I? Daka on fire. Daka's on fire. Do. Pats and Daka's on fire. That doesn't work. Tower, it was a fair ball in. Oh, it was just unfortunately his first touch. It clipped him, and he went down. I mean, it's how we are not 2-0 up. I do not know. I know. Our front 3-4 have got the making of their back three. Skip, overhead, backward clearance. Could have gone anywhere. It does go to a Preston player, but it falls down now to Fatu on this near side. Oh, and he plays it off a Preston player, and it's out for a Leicester throw-in. Now, Preston break in. Oh my goodness me! Off the crosswhirl. Oh, he's given it. 1-1. Oh. Broke away and scored, Preston. Let's have a look. Oh. One. That is so Leicester. Sorry, Tom, just tidying that up, mate. Sorry. Well, isn't that just typical bloody Leicester? West Brom. You know, we've gone from being totally on top. I just don't. That will give Preston faith now. What's that done to the table? Well, we're still in 21st, but purely on goal difference now. They're just showing the goal decision system. Oof. Taro now. Into the box, it's headed clear. Thomas again. Every time we hit it from outside the box, it's way over the top. Just so Leicester. I've written down here. Look at that. 36 minutes. How are we not 2-0 up? 37 minutes. 1-1. Ricardo with a throw in on the near side, just inside Preston's half. A bit further now he's run forward with it. Now the throw in that came off Daka. Throw in to Preston now. They play it back to the centre back. Thomas boots it upfield after a bit of a collusion with Mavadini slips over. Yeah, there's a bit. Now. Oh my God! Again. A better team would have been 2-1 up then. Dackers wants the ball. He's got the ball. He's looking for help. But the only players coming back are Preston at the moment. Mukasa. Oh my goodness. Daka just nobody was up. "42 minutes. Did you go 1-1, Clibbo? It will be interesting. Somebody just said then about Leicester capitulating when we concede. It will be interesting to see how they react to this. The moment Preston are playing around Leicester, although Leicester Ricardo sticks his foot in a Coley. Once the free kick, doesn't get it and he's lost the ball. Just realised here with my I haven't put the clock forward on this one. I always have one clock that I forget to put forward, and it's not one of the main ones, but I collected like little marble clocks years and years ago. I'm having to change them every time. I just got to a point where, just whatever they're on, they can stay on once the battery's dead. No, it's actually a corner to Preston, right hand up from the corner taker on this near side. Divine. 2-1. Don't believe it. From a corner. And we are back down to 23rd. Ricardo was on the post and then moved away. Four minutes of injury time. Not sure where Tom has gone, but we were so on top. 4 minutes of stoppage time here, guys. Don't worry, guys. Of course, we've still got Aya who can come on. Oh, Fatawa's got it now. Leicester having a bit of pressure here at the end. Fatawa into the box, but just Preston have got everybody in the dog back there. Yeah, it's a free kick to Leicester because it bobbled up and hit a Preston player on his arm. I mean, the header was... Fatawa fighting away with the ball. Oh, he slips. But Leicester still have it. Daka somehow kept it alive. And I don't think it's 19 points from winning positions that we've lost. Fatawa, and again, it's way over. Way over. Hey, Brad, how you doing, mate? I think it was a speculative header. I don't think he expected it to go in. Matt Elliott says there's something still in the game for Leicester. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I agree. Wayne's come in early again because I've still got the match running. So I'm guessing that this is the half-time score. As soon as he logs on, I know that it's been half-time just by joining the chat. So I'm guessing half-time is going to be 2-1. There you go, everybody. We'll leave the last minute and a half. There it is, half-time. Half-time. What the bloody hell is... Oh. Off-pissed, truly. Oh, dear. Wayne, you did it again, mate.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, it wasn't the end of the half, Chris.
No, but when you come in before the end of the half, I know because I was still playing, but because you came in, I knew that was the half time.
No, it wasn't. No, I just came in because I didn't want to be late, Chris. The half hadn't finished.
I'll let you off, but just wait until it finishes because I think
I will do, mate. Tell me
on
the 100th time I'll actually think and I'll get it, Chris.
Look, guys, I'm pissed off, so I'm going to go. You two discuss this amongst yourselves. Isn't it just bloody typical, eh?
Yeah, no worries, mate. You go sort yourself out there and cool off a little bit. Yeah, disappointing end to the first half, wasn't it, everyone? Let's quickly take them through some half times, Wayne, shall we, a minute here before we get into what's going on? Because obviously there's other games affecting us today, right? So if I quickly load up on my phone what the half times are. So earlier today was obviously Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 2. We've got a half-time score coming in from St Andrews of Birmingham 0, Blackburn 0, Charlton 1, Bristol City 1, Leicester 1, Preston 2, Norwich 1, Portsmouth 0, Oxford 1, Hull City 1, QPR 1, Watford 0, Sheffield United 1, Swansea 1, Stoke 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0, West Brom 2, Wrexham 0, half-time. Get your thoughts in the chat there as well, guys, on this one. Wayne, is the words that we come out this first half with mental fragility again?
Yeah, I think so. It's such a fine line. I mean, I went to the QPR game with Paul as a QPR fan, and he thought that if we scored early, we'd thump them and they'd be in the relegation zone. They've won that game, and now the shackles are off. They could actually get in the playoffs, and that's this thing where there's such fine lines. And if we could have capitalised and gone 2-0 up, I think it would have been a different game, but we didn't. And on the amount of chances they get, they've converted more of their chances.
Yeah, I think that's been our problem all season, hasn't it? I think we can score one goal. I think when you're on top of the game, we seem to not be able to then go and get the second, right? It seems to be a trend we have seen for a long time. And unfortunately, like I say, two little opportunities they've had, they have taken really as well. Hi, Prashant. I'm doing all right, bud. And hey, Blue Fox also popped in the chat there. Yeah, I mean, but let's go back to the beginning of the half anyway. I'm not raging yet because, I mean, I'll just say this. This is a challenge this football club has had to face all season, right, Wayne? All season, we've had to face this challenge and we have failed every time. It's not a challenge that's going to go away. You know, it's not a challenge that other teams aren't going to bring to the table onto that football pitch every time we play football. So we need to go out second half for me and make sure that we literally put this right and go, right, let's make sure we go out and get 2 goals here and make sure we turn this around back in our favour. But that's been difficult. Let's go back to the start, though. So a good start to the game, Wayne. What do you make of Patson Daka when he started? And obviously did a good bit of pressing there to get the first goal of the game off a poor back pass. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I was chatting with Brian and my brother on the phone, and literally it was in the goal, thinking, hey, what's happened? Because it came out of nowhere, really, and he made all that himself. And to be honest, if Jamie Vardy was still here and he'd have done that, we'd have gone, oh, typical Jamie Vardy. That's why we love Jamie Vardy. It was that kind of guy. He took it really well, direct, pressed them. He anticipated the pass. And he had the speed to get there, which obviously Jamie Vardy always had, didn't he? Jamie Vardy had the intelligence and also had the speed to get in the positions.
Yeah, I think it was really key that we were going to come out and press them, especially when we talk about work rate, and especially how they line up versus us. You've got to go out there and press them. I was impressed with the start, definitely. The other thing that I thought impressed me as well, Rain, I'm not sure if you'd agree with this, I thought the passing in the first 25, 20 minutes was a lot better. We looked a lot better at passing the ball, either to feet, or more importantly, I saw us add in some passes into space for players to run into, which I hadn't seen a lot of us do this year. I mean, do you think, looking at this now, I know we're 2-1 down, right? But do you think that element of the game has been better for us, or you still think there's problems there from before?
No, I think it is better. You know, I don't think Rout could turn everything around that all the fans wanted straight away. That's an impossible task, isn't it? The character, the spatial awareness, the positioning, the teamwork. But, you know, we've had 2 clean sheets. We have improved. And one thing I do think, that I've always been critical of the wingers not defending from the front. And they are because at first they were back 3, back 5. They were struggling to deal with it because we were pressing them really well, and that came from the wingers. And we were causing them problems, and Daka was then added to that. So all those elements of the game, I was very impressed with Tom, and with keep using the ball well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mate. I mean, ultimately, though, obviously there was that goal which brought the game back level, right? I mean, Fatu did foul the bloke. The referee allowed the play on, which means there's nothing much we can do there. I'll be controversial here. I know the watch actually sprang and said it was over the line. It looked to me like it was touching the line. I mean, it was behind the line, but it was sort of still touching it. I mean, is there even a small percent we can be a little bit aggrieved that was given? Or do you think it was a goal?
I didn't think it was. I didn't think it had gone in. Because what you normally find is that the only thing is if a ball's hit, because the ball was going away from him and he didn't control it. So I think the ball was spinning and he just stretched. I think that put the spin on the ball to spin it off the underside of the crossbar. Because normally if a ball comes on the underside of the crossbar, it does, if it bounces out, normally that does mean it's gone over the line. That's the one thing I'd say. But it's, do you know when his watch went? And it awarded it because we've not got VAR. I was surprised. I didn't realise the referees have got that facility in our oldie worldy championship.
They do, yeah, but it's frustrating because I looked at the replay and I thought it was still touching the line, actually slightly, which means it isn't a goal. But anyway, moving on from that, I tell you what's interesting from there. Obviously, I mean, we'll get to the 2-1 in a minute, but the thing that struck me about what happened next and what happened even after we conceded the second goal is a lot of long range shots, a lot of them NFL goals over the top of the crossbar. If you're playing rugby or American football, great, you got a conversion, you got some points. Is there a little bit of panic in us outside the area? Because without Jordan James, we don't seem to be able to have players who can get the ball on target. When these are opportunities in the championship, Wayne, like with Fatawu in particular, you kind of have to take. Is that a big problem for us, do you think, our long-range shooting?
Yeah, I think that our problem was getting into the box to get in those positions to shoot with quality chances. But definitely we struggled. One thing I did make a note of, so Preston, they had the dangerous cross, they had the shot straight at Slarchik, and that's really it. So they've got a really good conversion rate. I think we try and overplay the ball around the box sometimes and create the 1, 2, 3, 4 and then shoot passes. Whereas it's like Macassar, if you play five-a-side, you have to get 6 inches gap, hit the ball. If you can see the goal, you hit the ball, you try and hit the target. And I think we overplay around the box even now too much.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because there seemed to be a period of the game where we were getting more passing and possession and nice 1-2s into the penalty area, right? Which is something we struggled at this year as well. Yeah. But then I think, obviously, like the long range shooting, it's almost like we get to the point where we go, well, that hasn't worked, so we're going to try the long range shooting, and then we start like completely blowing our load a bit too early, almost. It goes flying, and it's a bit frustrating, isn't it, to see that happen? The second goal for Preston, because I mean, it's going to get towards the second half soon. Chris will no doubt bring himself in when he's ready here, but the second goal for Preston, I mean, there was warning shots for me here about this because every corner they've taken so far have gone to the back post, had gone beyond the back post. It was quite high and looping, and we've also let the guy free on numerous occasions during their corners. Every time there's not really been someone there. Chris mentioned Ricardo then comes off that post. I'll be really terrible at just adapting to teams that seem to be able to adapt to us, because that would seem really poor for me.
Yeah, I think set piece. I don't know what coach has told me Ricardo to vacate that back post when the ball's gone to the opposite post. I'm sorry, he's got to stay on that post. It's not like he was the only one there. There was somebody else. So he came out. I don't know what Leicester player it was. He just didn't need to be there. He needed to stay on that post until that phase of play. So basically, stay on the post until that phase of play is over, and then you do the restructuring. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think it's interesting. Wayne, would you make any changes to the second half, bud? I mean, like it's been. I think the thing is, the game is still winnable, but I just wonder if certain players right now, I couldn't rely on if I was the manager, because I don't think they're going to be able to keep their heads after going 2-1 down. What would you do in this situation, mate?
Yeah, it's difficult how JJ's looking, isn't it? So, yeah, I look, do I think we've been overrunning the game? No. Do I think we look defensively really weak and terrible? No. Do I think we're not competing for the ball? No. We're doing a lot of things right. We just didn't take advantage in the key positions and finish. We should have had 2 goals before they even scored a goal. And unfortunately, if you do those sort of things, they can come back and bite you.
Yeah, agreed. Here he is, Chris. What do you make of it then, mate? Have you had time to calm down, or is it time for a rant alert? You're muted, my friend. You're doing a Wayne. That's calm if you telling him off, Chris.
It is, and I apologise. But I've still got some biscuits in my mouth. It's just, I'd written down here, and I showed the camera. At 36 minutes, I wrote, "How are we not 2-0 up?" And at 37 minutes, I wrote 1-1. I thought we were playing really, really well. I thought we were on top. The stats were all saying that. That second goal, that wasn't. That was he was just trying to get that across. He got so lucky with that. But again, what did again? I might be controversial here. Stalopchik seemed to dive, but kept his hands down.
Yeah, I think he was caught out, wasn't he? You know, I mean, I think the mental side of it's interesting because I think the thing that strikes me is that you make your own luck, don't you? And we seem to be a football team that is very content to go 1-0 up. And then for some reason, you kind of see them go, well, we're 1-0 up, it's okay, right? Rather than going, oh, if we go 2 or 3 up, we actually now can make sure we win this game inside 30 minutes, right? Maybe the Southampton loss where we were winning and then they turned it around has really impacted this team mentally. But it's a real bad time for this to crop up again after an international break where we could have refreshed this mentality, right?
I didn't hear, because you asked Wayne if he'd make any substitutions. Would you, Wayne? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not for the moment. Look, Rout's half-time tea talk is very important. It's vital, isn't it? We have got to get at least a point out of this game. And the thing is, we can beat this team. I mean, that last Eddie goal, that was a scrappy goal that shouldn't have happened. And that stretch shot, I mean, that's just a one in a freak of a shot, really. They haven't carved us open, or we've just got to take a chance with him. I think, you know, I'm not being funny. Play pot of football. A lot of that, I play with a lad called Steamer. He could finish. Like, I mean, that McCaster where he scuffed it, where Fatu set him up, he should be finishing that. We should have had 2 or 3 goals.
So they're showing the left goal now. Excuse me, that's my dinner. I don't think there's anybody on the bench that could come and turn this game round that would offer anything better than what we've got, because we were the team on top. I've got to say 2 things here. Daka is on fire. He really, really is. But he should have had 2. And when we did score, we scored down to their error. Not due to good play by us. And let's not forget that it was their mistake, Everson's mistake, that led him in. All right, we all thought he's probably going to miss it, but
I mean, I'd be proactive here. I'd go 3-5-2 second half and chuck someone alongside with Daka. I think Richard's probably someone who's got a bit of a fresh head as well. He's not been playing with this group as much. I think to do that, I think to try and take the game and be proactive. But the thing that worries us, and this is why you had a bit of a row at the start of the show, Chris, isn't it? Is that he's more reactive. We can't. I mean, it's 2-1 down now. I think you've got to be proactive and go, we're making this change and we're going to overload you now to make sure that we're getting more bodies in there, or at least we're being a bit more decisive in the final third.
Can you imagine, guys, Richards and Daka both up front together?
Makes sense to me.
When we were pressing them in the first 20 minutes, and we were really rattling their defence.
Yeah,
and I think that's a great shot. I mean, look at that: 14 shots, 3 on target. I mean, 14 shots. You've got to be scoring 2 or 3 goals.
I did joke that somebody ring NASA and ask Armitage to give us that ball back, please.
That second Daka one, he should have scored.
And I hope they're coming out. So, guys, thank you very much. Oh, lovely welcome back to Daka as he spits on the floor. Nice one, mate. I'll see you guys at full time. Thank you very much for doing the halftime talk.
Come on, Leicester. Come on.
Come on, Leicester.
Oh, come on, Leicester. You're joking. There we go. No, that's Tom that's on. This always happens. I don't remove in time, and they stay on. Anyway, we better get ready because we are about to go. And we're underway. So, no changes. We were the better team in the first half. We were on top in the first half. As things stand, a goal would put us. We've gone to -10, and that's the thing we've got to watch as well. Yeah, Tom is well and better. Unfortunately, it's the joy of working in a pub. I've been there myself. You get every man and his dog coming in with every illness going. So Leicester obviously now kicking from right to left in the blue, all the blue kit. Preston know they can just stifle us. Just stifle us. More points given from a winning position, given up from a winning position. You know, I mean, we at 1-0 up, we were literally 2 points off Blackburn Rovers. We were back in the fight to stay up. So Stolarczyk getting the ball back. Please don't start playing round the back now, because that's just a fucking joke. The fans are what the fuck's he doing? Oh, and then he boots it all the way upfield. Stolarczyk, fuck off. Yeah. Wink's telling Stolarczyk to keep it down. You know, Wink's quite right to go and tell Jakub to keep it down. I mean, in that first half, their defence looked so vulnerable. Now, Preston are through. Ricardo kind of didn't, well, he let him get ahead of himself. Got players back now, and he goes all the way over. Thomas is going to have it here. He's going to boot it upfield. Gets it almost to the halfway line, but it's headed back. Mukasa takes it down and turns on the ball well. Plays it over and outwards to Ricardo. He's got a lot of space on that far side. Plays it out to Fatawu. Now, what can Fatawu do? We need a bit of Fatawu magic now. Skip and Fatawu. Oh. Should Daka have been running for the ball then? That's the question. Oh, a volley from Fatawu. Kept it down for once, but it was straight at Everson. Now, Preston break. I think we all know the way this is going, don't we? Thank you, Scott. Oh, it comes off. Larchik managed to keep it in, otherwise they'd have gone out for a corner. Well done, Jakub, there. Thomas, and he goes all the way back to Stolarczyk again. Which is just what we need, of course, playing it around the back when you're 2-1 down. Anyway, it should have been a free kick to Leicester. It's not. It goes forward, but it goes past everybody and back onto the halfway line. And Preston now play it all the way back to Everson. Wrexham got a goal back. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? We ain't going to stay up anyway. It's a fucking joke. But don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. Another maybe 10 minutes, Ayer will come on and he'll get a hat-trick. Oh, Mavididi nearly slipped then, but Leicester got the ball just outside the Preston box. Played through. Lovely ball through! That was Daka, and it just went over. That was a lovely move, in fairness, by Leicester. Oh, he got the ball. He turned well. Mukasa played it through about 5 Preston players. And then Daka runs all the way across and forces the ball out for a Preston corner. I think Rowett's asking about the time. Maybe it's a bit early for them to do that, but they weren't quick at taking that goal kick, throw in, and then Everson boots it all the way upfield. Thomas has got plenty of time, and he'll turn and boot it up. Headed overhead by Mavididi, who gets it. Oh, and then he lost it. Oh, we won it back, and then we lost it. Ball's over the top. There's going to be nobody there. That'll be Lascelles, who just taps it back to Stolarczyk. Hopefully he'll do something with it quicker. This time he plays it forward to Winks. Back to Lascelles. Yeah, playing out of the back is brilliant. Fatawu turns. Oh, jumps the challenge. Well did Fatawu. Now Leicester have it on this near side with Mavididi. He's doing all his little tricks. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck off, Mavididi. Winks with a shot there from the corner. Wasn't as high as the other ones had been, but it was still, well, it was coming down in fairness. But even if it had been on target, Everson would have got that easily. Easily. So Stolarczyk just got it. Gave it to Lascelles, who passed it back. Now, up and over the halfway line by, and then we lose it. Then we win it back. Fair play. Now Skip. He's got some space to run in. Plays it all the way over here to Mavididi. Masaka let it run to him. Will he actually do something with the ball? He turned. He did a nice trickly turn. Thought about shooting then, Ricardo. Oh, Harry Winks with a shot. Everson shot there. Winks shot. Everson saved it. Not Reed on the wing, Adrian. No, 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 no. Newcastle, we've got him on loan, mate. We've got him on loan. He has scored, yeah. As Matt Elliott just said, he has scored from there. But no, how can anybody say get Dakova Reed on the wing? I'm sorry, mate, but bloody hell. Matt Elliott saying, "Oh, Leicester playing with a bit of belief." They are starting to take the time, Preston. Oh, that's another booking. Tawu. Oh, I mean, awful. Awful. That was a yellow card every day of the week. Stoke 2, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Yeah, you know they're still going to beat us next week, don't you? Winks, set piece for Winks to take here. 2 arms up, right footed into the box. And way over everybody. But the Cells decides to shove one of their players over, and we lose the ball and give away a free kick. Well done, Lascelles. He just joined us, hadn't he? Offside for Preston. He just joined us, so I guess he was sort of wanting to make an impression. I've got to say, if Mavadidi was to enter Strictly Come Dancing, he would win it by a mile. Win it by a mile. Oh, come on, referee! That was a foul on Daka, right in front of you. Oh, Charlton are losing. Wow. That's kind of keeping them in touch, I guess, with the bottom 3. Norwich beating Portsmouth, Oxford drawing with Hull, West Brom beating Wrexham. So Winks across to on the outside to Luke Thomas. He's got Mavadidi to the side of him. And then Mavadidi stops. Fucking stops. Coventry playing Derby at 8 o'clock tonight. The problem is, when we were on top, we should have been 2 or 3 up, and we weren't. Yeah, as long as it's not Dakova Reed. Preston are making changes. So, what was Tom saying at half time about being reactive and proactive? We've got the Preston Dark Arts coming out here. There was a foul first, wasn't there? I'd bring Monger on. I think I would definitely bring Monger on. Yeah. Anybody else bring Monger on from Avadidi? I think he would have fun with this this defence. And you're quite right, Tom. Quite right. I've lost interest in this. I really, really have. Rowett is not the manager for us. We're coming forward in numbers now, Preston. But again, Tom was right. Don't make changes first. Oh, we've actually got a free kick. Who knew? Lascelles from Thomas back to Lascelles. Across to Okoli. Oh! 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 Was that a red card? Well done, Wrexham. We love you. Fourth yellow card. The crowd are happy. The crowd are getting them know what it was. QPR 2, Watford 0. I think we can say QPR are safe, but Wrexham doing us a favour. But we can't rely on other two. We've got to do something ourselves. Was that a free kick or was that a corner? What's been going to be given here? Yeah, it was Skip that was breaking through, in fairness. I said on 60 minutes, so about 4 minutes ago, I said, bring Monger on. Yeah, he should have scored, but I mean, you have to ask, why was Skip the only one that was up there? Oh my God, Adam Sadler is talking to Rowett. God help us. So it's a corner to Leicester. And then it was an offside, so that was wasted. Sheffield United. Chris Wilder gave him an interview. He wanted the job. Preston North End making 3 subs. It's 4 in total. And what all this is happening? Well, we got Rowett getting the brains of Adam Sandler. Gary Rowett, get out my club, please. So 4 changes for the team that's winning 2-1. No changes for the team that's losing. I go back to what I said before the kickoff. I do not want Rowett anywhere near this club. And we throw the ball away again. Oh, Thomas shot, Everson saved. We're on 69, so Ben, no spoilers or anything. Oh, referee! What, this fucking referee is shit! Oh, Coley did well there. Harry Winks, can he get the cross in? Plays it in, but it was headed off before Daka could get to it. A throw into Leicester at this end with Fatawu. Or will Thomas come up and take it? Oh, Moncastle has a shot, but there's too many players back. So Mavididi. Luke Thomas now chips it into the box. Oh, themselves couldn't get on the end of it. But the Preston get it out, but it's stopped by Leicester, and Leicester come back again. So, Winks. And it's going to be a corner, I think. Or is it a throw-in? No, it's a corner. I think Winks wants the corner, and the referee, in his stupidity, says no, it's a throw-in. Newcastle had a poke at the ball. 70 minutes, still no substitutions. Leicester can't get it clear at the moment. Six shots, 4 on target in the second half for Leicester. Commentator just said all the stats are pointing in Leicester's direction. We just need the scoreboard to catch up. Honestly. Well, Mavidi ran for the ball there, but it was quickly taken, throw in, but it's not been allowed to. Oh, fucking Ducover-Reid's coming on. What the fuck? Ducover-Reid and Nelson. Well, which is what we need now, isn't it? A defender. Yeah? You know, we've got Richards, we've got Monga. Who's he fucking bringing on? Ducover-Reid. So Nelson is coming on for Lascelles. And Skip is off. And Ducover-Reid on for Skip. Yeah, just what we need. Ben Nelson, defender. Great choice, you cunt, Rowett. Cheers, Tom. Thanks for reminding me. Ducover-Reid hat-trick, everybody, of course. Newcastle. Oh, somehow Thomas got it to Mavididi. Gets the ball across, but it's literally above everybody. But Ricardo is on the other side. He kept it in. Oh, it's up. Mavididi. Oh, fucking hell. We shit. I mean, what people think about those substitutions, eh? I just noticed, Tom, I love the artwork on that, mate. Love the artwork. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Newcastle loses it. I don't know what Matt Elliott's been drinking. Weed was fouled. Free kick quickly taken by Leicester. Navadidi, what will he do with it? Nothing. That's what he'll do with it. Absolutely fucking nothing. McCauley there. He got shot. Don't know what he's asking for. I'll have a look as I was just writing something down. Long throw in from Luke Thomas. Coley, oh, fair play. I mean, he. Oh! Nelson and Starlotch it. What the hell? They got away with that one. We're asking for a free kick. We're not getting one. The referee is fucking useless. Another substitution. The fifth sub for Preston. So let's just update scores. Birmingham 0, Blackburn 1, Charlton 1, Bristol 2, Leicester 1, Preston 2, Norwich 1, Portsmouth 0, Oxford 1, Hull 1, QPR 2, Watford 0, Sheffield United 3, Swansea City 2, Stoke City 0, Stoke City 2, Sheffield Wednesday 0, West Bromwich Albion 2, Wrexham 2. AU's fucking coming on! Fucking fuck off, will you? We've got Monga. We've got Richards. And you're fucking bringing on AU. Attacking substitute. You're fucking joking me. Attacking substitutes. Daka has got an equaliser! Oh my god! Oh my goodness gracious me! Daka at the double! Well, now you can honestly say we've got a double Daka! Yes! I took it well! Thank you, Tom. Oh. Now, Leicester, what can they do? No booking? Well, 2-2. That's changed things now. Let's have a look what's happened at the tables. Leicester again. My God, how tight is this? 23rd, Portsmouth, 40. 22nd, Oxford United, 40. 21st, Leicester City, 40. Portsmouth minus 18, Oxford minus 15, Leicester minus 9. Can we go on and get the winner now? No. You're going to have a bit of stoppage time added on. Thank you for doing that, Tom. I'm guessing the substitutes have been put on hold. Oh. No. A Coley, of all people, with the shot there. Oh. So the substitutes are sat down. Don't you dare take Daka off now. Daka's on a hat-trick. A Daka hat-trick. 3-3 up in the Steel City. Sheffield Swansea. Now, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Wow. Yeah, both substitutes are sat back down. Oh, there was like a deflection from Mukasa's shot there. That was a shame that he took that deflection. Now, oh. Well done, Luke Thomas. Well done there. Chased the ball, was going out. And what's wrong now? How many changes are Preston making? That the 5th substitution? I thought they'd only made 4. Oh, come on, Daka, get a hat-trick now. Come on. That would be nice, Dan. Would be nice. It'll be 6 points for you anyway. Oh, trying to get the ball there. Bouncing up and down. It's a throw into Leicester. The Leicester substitutes are sat down. Thomas here is going to have a long throw into the box. Come on, run into the box. How you doing, Dan? He's up into the box. Oh, you can't always tell which way the ball's going. I thought it was going towards the goal. Don't know. Come on, don't do it. Oh, well done. Couple of defenders there. Ricardo over on the left. Passes it to Thomas now. Mavadidi. Back to Ricardo. Oh, Leicester now. Don't give the ball away here. 2.5 weeks. That was it. That was international week, so wasn't it? Thomas. Dakova Reed passes it across the field to Okoli. They've got literally, they just said then, every player back. Go on. Oh. Taro nearly got past him then. So nearly got past him. Oh. Come on. Daka's down. Now he looks to be... He obviously had a long journey back from international duty. Well, to be honest with you, it's Zambia, so it wouldn't have actually been a different thing, time zone. Oh, fuck off, Portsmouth. Oh. AU's on. Monga hasn't been on for a few games. Have a DD off. Portsmouth have now dropped us back into the bottom three by getting that equaliser. We need to win this now. It was a long throw, but it's headed clear by Preston, who can break with it. Oh, were they, Jeff? So Larchik comes out and heads the ball out. In Argentina. Oh, fair play then. Fair play. Oh, he's got 2 goals. Thank you, Tom. Honestly, Portsmouth, for fuck's sake. Do you get the feeling that I'm getting? Anybody else here? Preston now. Ball's at the wrong end of the... And look, AU is at left back. Okay, Tom. I think that's what you did in the first half and missed the missed the goal. Quickly taking free kick by Thomas. Mukassa's looking for options. Oh, he was held up there though, but Monga. Oh, lovely ball into... Oh, it was a 1-2 Monga there. He got it off Mukasa, played it down into the box. Mukasa run down, got the cross in, but it was just too close to Everson. Portsmouth surely can't win their game in hand, can they? 7 minutes, guys! Get in! Jordan Iwo's no need to be offside. There's no need for him to be on the fucking pitch. Unless he scores the winner, of course. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. We're just waiting for the full times to come in. Tom's gone to water the plants. Oxford 1, Hull 1 is full time. Now, Fatawu. Oh! What, favourites to go down? I'm not sure what you mean there, Dworski. Or to stay up. So free kick, is it going to be quickly taken here? Yes, it is. Ball doesn't get to Fatawu, but it gets back to Ricardo, who tried to put it through to him. Winks now. Ayew. Oh, it goes all the way across a 6-yard box. Nobody there. No, there's nobody in the box. Are we just relying here on long shots? The only game that's gone full time at the moment is Oxford Hull. Oh, fucking hell. This referee is so bad. Mukasa is off for Vestergaard. Yeah, he's going up front. Tom's back. Oh, Ayew just couldn't get it under his fucking feet. Of course he couldn't. Vestergaard is up front. It's a throw-in. Ayew took it quickly. Thomas crosses it into the box. It's headed clear. Winks! Oh! Vestergaard nearly got a touch. Come on, Yannick. Comes in. Go. Oh! Poor corner. Blackburn have won. Birmingham 0, Blackburn 1. Queen's Park Rangers 2, Watford 1. Thomas. Oh, Monga gets it though, because Thomas was taken out, but Monga gets it now. Hey, can he get the cross in? He can't fucking do that, but it's a corner. I was going to take the corner. Come on. Make it a decent... Make it... What are we waiting for? Let's make it a decent corner. The ball's eye. Ooh! Oh, Everson had to punch it out. But Winks chips it back in. Oh, it's all fucking over the top, isn't it? Full times are coming in. Portsmouth have got a draw with Norwich. West Brom have drawn with Wrexham. There's the full time. There is the full time whistle. Ah. I don't know what to say, guys.
The Weekend Breakfast Show, 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. Saturday and Sunday with DJ Foz on Dorset's Riviera Radio.
A lot to dissect there, guys. Talk to me. Who wants to start us off? Tom, you there? Come on. That was badly managed.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing I can take away from this today. We were shouting for things that, very quickly into the second half here. And once again, a standard for Gary Rowett, this to be much more reactive rather than proactive. And
you said that at half time.
Yeah, and I think that the Vestergaard on at the end there, great. We could have done that 15 minutes earlier, 20 minutes earlier, and chucked him up there, really, because we needed to go out there and get the 3 points, didn't we? It's another game today where you go, look, that's 2 points dropped for us, like when we've missed penalties this season and all these things that have happened along the journey to get here so far. But the time is running out, like people are saying in the chat, and that feels like a defeat for me more than where you could look at it and go, we ground out a point, but it feels like a defeat because of the time of the season, Chris.
2 lost, Wayne.
Yeah, I put, how did we not win that game? And I get what Tom's saying, but look, if you have 28 shots, 10 on target, I'm sorry, you have got to score more than 2 goals. You've got to score more than 2 goals. And as professional athletes, I'll tell you now, amateur footballers would probably have scored 4 or 5 of those goals. The would, if you don't get that many chances in any football match.
Can I ask a question there, Wayne? 2 words you used there, which I'm not sure you should really be using when we're talking about Leicester: professional and athlete.
Well, the paradox is the person that I've been saying just should not have been given a 4-year contract, grossly overpaid. He's been the most professional out of all those, and he out-Varded Jamie Vardy today.
He did, and we'll come on to that. Well, Jim, welcome along, sir, all the way from America. Nice to see you. Looks like it's sunny there. Am I being unfair there? I mean, look, I just want to go through this here when we're talking about the subs here. None at half time, and I get that. For once, I actually don't think we should have done, because we were on top, apart from the goal, certainly playing wise. 60 minutes. I put it here. The team that at what point were we actually ahead when they made their first substitution? Yeah, they were 2-2 up. Well, yeah, because of course at half time. So the team that was 2-1 up makes a substitution. The team that's 2-1 down at 60 minutes, no, we don't make a substitution. 65 minutes. Guess what, Jim? Preston North End make 3 subs. Who knew? Who knew? And then they even make the 5th sub. But, and that was before we made a substitution, 73 minutes. So we played, somebody do the maths for me, 45 minutes to 73 minutes. And how many minutes is that?
28 minutes. 28.
28 minutes, Jim. And there will be a question at the end of this. 28 minutes. And I've got Tom disease. 28 minutes, and before he thought about changing things.
Well, I mean, I agree with what you said about halftime. Since we were down a goal, we were attacking. We had our chances in the first half. Shots on goal, maybe not anywhere but directly on Everson, but we had shots, we had chances. I would have liked to seen an attacker come on after halftime, because we just needed to further our attacking prowess, because we were attacking there. I mean, hell, they had 3 of their back line on at the time on yellow cards. So we needed to just continue to attack. So I was expecting someone in the attacking front, but to go that long, and then when they did, the substitutions.
No. I mean, look, it looks like the Cells can only play 70-odd minutes anyway, but that they may be managing his game time. So I'm going to give him that one. But yeah, you've got 3. They're 3 centre backs, Jim, all on yellow cards. Stick another strike. I mean, Monga.
Yeah.
I was calling for Monga on 60 minutes. I've got here, when Preston North End were making a change, and Wayne's going to absolutely love me here, I'm shouting, should bring on Monga, because our substitute bench, Jim, was shit today, apart from a couple. Yeah. Monga should have come on, not on the wing, stick him up front.
Yeah.
He'd have got caught, possibly a penalty, definitely a second yellow. Suddenly they're down to 10.
I mean, take LaSalle's out, play 3 across the back, and slap Monga up top. Bam. Now you got attacking. You got 3 that could play along the back line. But more than that, you're attacking and attacking, because you would have not only put the pressure on them, but like you just said, 3 yellow cards. Can you imagine Monga? If Monga came and looked a little bit like Monga we saw at the beginning of the year, he would be causing fits for them back there, and could have been another yellow. You never know. but we won't know.
Tom, just look at that. We've got a double decker. We're not even in London, and yet we've got a double decker bus there. Just let it sink in. I am blaming one man for that defeat, and I'm sorry that is Rowett. Because we all see what needs to be done. I mean, at one point, I was watching the telly and the camera zoomed over to there's a foul or something, and I was in discussions with Adam Sadler.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst coach we've ever had.
Well,
we've had some bad. Yes, he is. We've had some bad ones, and I'm unanimous on that. So, not getting away with arguing that point. He's one of the worst coaches we've ever had, and he's given Rowett advice. Sorry, that defeat goes down to Rowett. I said at the start, Tom, we need 6 points. If we don't get 4, we're down. We could still get 4, but I tell you what, I don't even think we're going to beat Sheffield Wednesday.
No, it's not encouraging in that way, is it? And, like there almost seems to be this sort of destiny to us right now that no matter what hard work goes in, that it's not going to be enough. There's kind of that feeling. This game's given me a massive headache today because you could argue the way they fought back, was good. But then, like you say, like Wayne said rightly, the amount of shots we have on target, Daka should have had a hat-trick today, if not maybe actually more. I mean, so we can give him a pat on the back for getting 2, but that's only because he set the bar so low throughout his Leicester career that 2 goals for him looks like he's turned into primetime Messi all of a sudden, doesn't it? Which is the difficult thing here about it. The long-range shooting was terrible again today. I'd like to say it's a lack of commitment to having a plan B here, which completely baffles me because the shape didn't necessarily change. Yeah, we went to 3 at the back, but in the first part of the game, Ricardo was pushing forward into midfield and overlapping with Fatawu anyway. So there wasn't particularly a tactical change there. I mean, honestly, like the thing that also we lack is physicality up top. I know it's a bit desperate, but I would have put Vestergaard up front with someone else about 20 minutes earlier because if you're going to start chucking balls forward rather than the wingers being too deep, as been said in the chat, and then holding on to the ball too much and then trying to make a neat little pass and then do a long shot over the crossbar, you can start trying to win second balls after chucking more balls in there. But if there's no one in the box, like Monga's not going to win a header in the box, is he? Against these defenders. I mean, a lot of it is the personnel we have got and the problems we've got trying to shoehorn them into a way where we can actually look a bit more competitive. And it gets a bit frustrating for me again today. I wrote down something earlier, which I'll quickly mention about Mavididi. Mavididi did that little turn and spin thing, didn't he? Which looked really glorious and all the rest of it. And then he passed it all the way across to the far backwards, across the other side of the penalty area. And I'm thinking, why don't you just slide it in? If it doesn't get to someone, there's an opportunity to win a second ball inside the penalty area there. I mean, it's all about looking good, isn't it? Rather than actually being a bit more like we can win a second ball and be a bit more like every other team in this league and actually show a bit more fight and battle. And it's things like that that make me go, this is a really headache of a game for me again today, because it's one of those we should have won. You don't win it and you still look at it and go, are we operating in a way which is actually going to lead to results changing for us? Or like you said, Chris, and like I feel right now, I can see us drawing against Sheffield Wednesday and it'll be hard work to do that just because of how we're doing it. Yeah.
Let me just, I've just seen him in the chat. Hi, Steve. How are you? He went today. Shall we have a listen to what Steve's got to say?
Good afternoon, lads. Well, there we go again. Got lucky with our 2 goals. They gifted us those 2 goals. Terrible defending for the second. Abdul fucking around the wing for the first. These are must-win games. We've picked up a point. The gap is getting bigger. 4 points off West Brom now, I believe, and only really Portsmouth that are ahead of us because they all drew as well. It's just not good enough. It's all well and good, having fight and stuff, but you've got no quality up there. Taking 74 minutes to bring on sub on. You're not changing anything. And then, look, I agree with bringing Yannick on, but he should have been on earlier if you're going to put him up front. Terrible, fucking awful. And it's the hope that kills you every time. You see Patson score, and you think, fucking hell. You get back into the game, you think, okay, push on now, lads, push on. And they don't. I don't know, it's depressing. And to everyone saying, Sheffield Wednesday is a must-win game. We needed 6 points from these games. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, and we're losing games. as in for the end of the season. It's just not good enough. There's only one way we're looking, and that's down. It's as simple as that.
It is. It is indeed. Echoed what a lot of what we said. Steve, thanks very much for doing that, mate. At least we didn't concede 3 goals and you were able to watch 97 minutes of the match. I've got to say, Wayne, I've written down here, where am I? I wrote it down. Where is it? Well, I basically wrote, and I
don't
can't...
don't mention Lanzarote on this stream.
Would I? You've mentioned it, not me. Oh my God, it's annoying me. I've written down here what, because I said it, so I thought I'd write it down. I felt quite pleased. Fatu had the ball, Wayne, going on from what Tom was saying. Fatu had the ball, and I said, what can here it is, 73 minutes. And the Mavididi, what will he do with it? And I wrote, fuck all.
He'll dance.
Yeah, I'll show you my notes here, Chris. Mavididi, caps, cannot go past his man. He cannot go past his man, and that's the winger's job. The winger's job is to beat your man and get the ball in the box, or beat the man and get a shot off. And he does it, and sometimes he does the odd effective cross. That's not after he's beat his man. That's when the man's in front of him and he flicks it round him. I just think that, like a few guys have said in the chat, Mavididi's been terrible all season. I used to like him. But I just don't think he's not an effective winger. Because what do you want from your winger? And Mavididi is not providing that. And that to me is a shame. That's not Rowett. That's this season, Monga's been mismanaged in not trying him up front, not trying to up front, not swapping things around, not daring to drop Mavididi or Fatu.
Or Daka or Ayew, as I said right at the start.
Well, definitely. And I do think this is frustrating for me, not because we played shit, not because we lost heart, not because we were overran, but because, as a manager, what can you do when your team has 28 chances with all those on target?
You can pick players that can hit the target. You get Daka off, you get 8. All right, I know Daka got 2 today, right? But at the start I was saying, Daka, what the fuck is he? All right, I can say he got 2, but like Steve said, it was 2 mistakes that gifted him the goals. He says, I'm not going to try anything different up front. I trust these guys. Trust them to what? Cock it up all the fucking time. Ayew, he came on, and next time I saw him, he was at left back. Why are you pitting Richards? Why is he putting Richards on, Jim? Who's a striker? Chelsea have him as a striker. They've in their description. We have him as a striker on our description, and we don't play him. We bring Ayew on. This is the guy who got 4 goals in 5 games or something.
Apparently, Rowett doesn't listen to the podcasts because we've been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks, we don't want to see Ayew or Daka on the pitch again. We don't, but they keep showing up. To your point, there's no excuses, none, that he hasn't put someone else up top. Or even, to Tom's point, many, many times, changed the formation to give us a more of an attacking prowess. I don't know. I'm one of those that I hang in there with a manager when I think he has something to offer. And I did through the first couple weeks when he was struggling. We were struggling. But today, why? I can't fathom the fact he put the team he put out there, didn't make the changes when we needed them. Like you said, it was all on him. And Daka could score 2 easy ones. I agree with Steve. They were gifts. And to be quite honest, if you really want to dive into the footage, he should have scored a couple more. He had chances. That ball was on his foot more today than it was all season. And he got 2 in. So I will at least give him credit for redirecting 2 of them in there. But no, we can't. To survive, we've got to score. To survive, we've got to win. Yeah. To win, we've got to score. And we just
interestingly, Tom, Daka went off injured, and look, apparently they were playing in Argentina. So he, like I said before, he'd have been sat in that Ryanair plane with his knees under his chin. He'd have been really uncomfortable. He wouldn't have been in business class where you can lay down flat and go to sleep. The stewardesses come and make your bed for you, and if things are really, really hard for you, you've got a button that you press and you get fucking massaged by the chair. So there's no way was he ever going to be ready to play. But look, he lasted 88 minutes. Had he not gone down, AU may not have come on. But I look at this, and I'm going to start going through the game in a minute. But I look at this and I think, do you know what? Yes, we saved a point. 2 points. We got a point rather than not getting any at all. So we got a point. But that's just papering over the cracks.
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? I think there was a big mistake made today in not having JJ on the bench. He's not injured enough to not be on the bench. I mean, you think towards the end of that game, the long-range shooting we had throughout the game was terrible. If there was someone who could have pulled a worldie out, it would have been JJ off the bench, right? Would 15 minutes at the end there really have hurt him? I wouldn't have thought so, really, in the circumstances.
We've got AU, Tom. We've got AU. You forget.
It's ridiculous. Put Hutchinson on the bench over AU any day of the week. I'd much prefer to see that. Yeah. No, that is remarkable, isn't it, mate? But, I mean, the thing that gets me is that we got a pragmatic manager at a time we need a manager with a bit more desperation in him. We need someone who's actually going to really rile them up and go chuck bodies forward rather than waiting.
We need a manager with balls, and we haven't had one of those since since Nigel Pearson, to be honest.
I mean, it's the first day today that I've gone, I can see why Oxford got rid of him. Because I'd get frustrated seeing the pragmatic approach at a time when you see you need to get points. And their season was slipping away long before, obviously, he kind of got the boot, right? And I kind of feel that's the same way with us. Hey, the league table says we're only 1 point outside, Portsmouth now got the game in hand. But West Brom now got the 4 points gap to us, right? We're equal on points with Oxford. They've got the goal difference advantage in our favour, luckily, of 6 goals. But it isn't filling us with confidence, just the way we're trying to approach games in the second half in particular, is it?
Yeah. I mean, look, Daka, Wayne, Daka had 4 shots. So out of all those shots, he didn't have many. But the other thing that I felt about the team was we were shooting it. I would tend to say most of those shots that we took were outside the box. Now, you either need a worldie.
That was my impression of their practicing in training. Do you know what winds me up? Do they practice shooting in training? Because we said, we looked at the bench, we're not going to bring this bloke on and that. How can you pick these players and go, oh, well, they shoot well in training? Because they're kicking them all over the crossbar all day today.
Don't start me on training, because it started with Rude. Well, they don't do this on the training pitch. I don't give a fuck what they do on the training pitch, to be quite honest with you. Wayne, like you said, 28 shots, less than half on target, 10. How many of those, I would say, I don't know if it will give me this on the stats. Attempts, oh, we go. Yeah, I've got this. Don't panic, Wayne, I've got this. Shots from attempts from outside the box. Out of those, how many did I say? 28 shots. 19 of those were from outside the fucking box. And I am asking, I wrote down here, and again, I probably can't find it, but why are we shooting so far? You need either a Fatu or Worldie, which happens 1 in every probably 10 games, or we need a deflection, it to go off somebody's arse or something. So many times the deflections were going wide. Why haven't we got a Monga up front? 3 people on a yellow card. Monga would have got one of them sent off. He did cause trouble. He did sweet FA when he came on, to be fair, in the great scheme of things, but it was too late to come on to really make a huge difference. Why so many shots from outside the box?
Yeah, and one thing I think about a physical team like that Small, who was ragging Abdul around big time, why he didn't get, he was on a yellow, is if you've got speed and trickery, I tell you what, they crap the pants, because that's one physical team. They will not like that at all. But the one thing is, one thing I'll say about shots outside the box. I mean, Everson was down for making, was it 8 good saves as well? So he was in the right place at the right time. But one thing I think when you watch on the television, it can like mystify all shots from outside the box. Up and down park football, on every different country around the world, kids, teenagers, adults taking shots from just inside the box, outside the box. The scoring quite easy. You can virtually pass the ball side-footed into a goal, even outside the box. And this is average amateur factory work of guys and women, all that sort of thing. So I'm sorry, these professionals, these should be not McCaster where he skied the ball. He should be getting that on target.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you think though with Preston today, Wayne? Every time I looked, it was like I was playing, Farmer Giles 64 on the PlayStation. I was trying to herd sheep up because all I could see was these white bodies in the box. They've got so many players back. Yeah, they should be able to hit the target from outside the box, but not if there's that many defenders back. And they could see that. Their managers probably said, keep them shooting from outside the box, because those balls were going up. Probably one of them went out the stadium.
Yeah, and that's why you need someone like Trickery. One thing I did like, when McCaster passed that ball through to Daka, he split the defence right and hit Daka. Daka controlled it and shot. And that shows you that you can have a bank of 5 and 4, but you can still find gaps. Like Maddison could find those gaps, and McCaster is intelligent to find those gaps. And Monga in the 10 would be able to find those gaps in the middle of those people. So, yeah.
100%.
I think Rout settled the side, but I think with the sub side of things, who are late and not sometimes the right people.
He's not a tactical genius. He too has been reading that book, Management for Dummies. Jim, I got my lucky hat on as well today. I noticed you have as well.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that, and I thought I had to put it on. Plus, this white hair in that sun is too bright. I didn't want to.
Hey, at least you've got some bloody hair. Look.
Oh, there's a shine. There's a shine.
There's a shine. Exactly. I've got to say, like I said, there's so many. I would describe this game as wallpaper over the cracks. That's how I would describe the whole thing. Yes, we went 1-0 up after 4 minutes, but before that, Jim, 1 minute in, they could have been 1-0 up. That ball went down that left-hand side, pulled across. If that had been a Coventry, it would have been 1-0 down.
They had 2 attackers. They had 2 uncovered men on that back post, and that ball went through them. I just can't believe that they could have put any part of their body on it. It would have gone in. And we had nobody back there covering them. Nobody.
100%. And then, look, Daka put us ahead, Jim. But it was a mistake. I mean, all right, look, he took it well.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to give him credit for that. Look, we go mad at him most of the time. So I'll give him credit for actually finishing, because 9 times out of 10 he'd have probably still put it wide. But it was Everson. He was coming and then he stopped. So they did gift us that, but he still needed putting away.
Yeah, points for finishing. There's no doubt. Everson put himself and their back defender put themselves in a tough position. And what we would have seen is Daka missed that normally. So to your point, props for him putting it in the net, because that was a good way for us to get started. Who knew? I guess we should have, that the walls would come caving in after that. But
somebody said, Tom, well, look, 1-0 up. And I wrote here, and I said at half time, at 36 minutes, I'd written down, how are we not 2-0 up? Yeah. That's on 36 minutes. On 37 minutes, I wrote 1-1. Preston North End breakaway and scored. I heard you say at half time, was that ball over the line? Yes, obviously it was, but was it totally over the line? Because we see it all the time, don't we? If that's a corner, that ball is in the corner triangle because it's got a little bit. I looked at that, and I've got to say, Tom, I agree with you.
I think it was touching the line. I don't think there was any millimeter of gap between it being. I think it was over the line per se, but it was touching the line. That's my argument. So yeah, I'm a little bit, but ultimately, despite that, it was one mistake, and then you sort of, again, you get punished. The referee did a good job in play on there, to be fair, because we did try and ironically do the right thing and bundle him over to stop the counter attack. But it's amazing, isn't it? Because football is a game of mistakes, and I think the thing we can take from today, when you look at that goal and look at the goals we scored, both of which came off mistakes we forced upon Preston, is that we need to force teams to make more mistakes against us. Us trying to play through teams and trying to dig balls into the box and trying to shoot from 35 yards seems to be giving very little output for us, doesn't it? So why don't we try and force teams into mistakes?
Yeah. I've just discovered that because I put again at 37 minutes, just after it went 1-1. I put down here, Tom, when we shoot from outside the box, it's always way over.
Yeah, it is, exactly. And it can't be happening on the training ground, surely. It's got to be some sort of stage fright in the moment of maybe desperation. Maybe it's linked to the mentality problem we got right now, which is the players are obviously a little bit under pressure and they don't cope well with pressure. I don't know how you kind of get around that. I think you've got to work on that as a part of, fixing it, because all it would have taken is one of those today to be on target and we'd have won this game of football. And we put it in the category, Chris, with the points dropped this year, 26, isn't it? Make it 28 now.
I'm going to say that's gone up. They did say 19 on the commentary or something, and I don't know how they got that.
If we had 28 points, we'd be in 5th place. 28 more points.
It's scary. It's scary. Wayne.
Yeah, on 42 minutes, further to Tom's point, on 42 minutes, Daka was on the wing, laid the ball inside to Mikasa. He dummied right, dinked left. There was a shot, and the shot went wide. And they're the things that you think, he's inside the box. He should be hitting the target. And that's it's like stage fright. It's not stage fright, but it's just a bit like puzzling, really, why can't it target or score?
Okay, let me put this to you, Wayne. The number of times, and I've written it down here just at that point, Mukasa shot from Daka, who won ball, and then I've put no one up with Daka, right? And how many times was Daka up there, or Fatawu was up there, or Mavadidi was up there, but there was no one to pass to? Because Daka had either fallen over, maybe, or Mukasa was still stuck back defending. If we had 2 strikers, then they'd have people to pass to.
Don't you ever go at my Daka? I'm getting his name on the back of my shirt now, Chris.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not having a go at Daka.
I'm pulling your leg, mate.
I know you are. That's why I'm ignoring you. But I'm not having a go at him. But what I'm saying is, if you had a partner up there, and I don't mean fucking AU, if you had a partner up there, then he wouldn't be on his own.
No, and I think that's something that I cannot stand that we've not tried. And it's okay when you say you got Vardy up, but we've had years where we've just not tried to up top. Or maybe in the last 10, 15 minutes of games. And this game was crying out for it, because I think when we put them under pressure, like Tom said, they look really shaky, actually. Really shaky.
They did.
And the one thing I like about... Sorry, mate.
I was saying we were on top for so much of that game.
Yeah, and I do... Yeah. The fact that Daka was on his own, he managed to... The skill level, his ball control, where's that come from? And he got the ball and he played it off to... What a brilliant game he played, I know... I
did say we need Daka to maybe to go to... On international duty every other week, and then at least we'd get every other good game good out of him. I mean, Jim, 34 touches we had in their box, 9 they had in ours. That second goal that they scored, that was an attempt on target.
No, it wasn't. And once again, we left. I think it was Ricky P left his post, but we had 2 guys standing on the back post on that lofty little, wasn't really meant for a path. For a shot. But yeah, once again, we're just not covering well. And that wasn't that on a corner?
Yeah.
Off a corner?
Yes, I think it was, wasn't it?
It was the 4th corner in a row, I think. They chucked it to the far post like that, and every time we left them.
Yeah.
Well, we used to, Jim. years and years ago, and look, I'm old, but we used to have at a corner, the manager would say, right, when it's a corner, I want a player on each post.
On each post.
Yeah.
Yep.
So whatever the goalkeeper's doing, they're going to come in. If Ricardo had stayed there, I think he would have got that ball and clear.
I think you're right. And I don't know where basic football changed. I mean, why wouldn't they do that? I mean, that's that way from the youngest age groups up. Why don't they do it? I don't know.
Because we're all playing Pep way. I've got here 4 minutes added time, and I've got Leicester on top first half. And we so were, but we were 2-1 down. And I'm like, how are we 2-0 down? The fragility of our defending, Tom, is worrying. We keep thinking, oh, Watford didn't score against us. We kept a clean sheet. Yes! And then we go and put a performance in like that. Now, I'm trying to think, in fairness, we were never really troubled, were we?
Well, no, this is the weird thing about it, but then that's kind of the luck of the situation you're in as well, and the lesson we've had to learn all season, which we failed to pick up on. I mean, the weird thing about this is that we're all gutted because, like, we do know it's 2 points we've thrown away here. But actually, when it comes to a battling performance to come back into it, actually, it's, you kind of got to give the players a pat on the back and go, well, they actually did fight back. Because earlier in the season, they would have folded twice as quick in this. But no, it is frustrating how it seems to be one or two chances for the opposition, and we basically shit the bed. And so then it's, it's all over with, isn't it? And there's been some great comments from Lackland there in the chat, and I agree with tying it into that. There seems to be some odd decision-making going on in this football team, and it does make me wonder what is going on the training pitch, or who is making the decisions here, because we talked about it during the match, didn't we, Chris, and pre-match. Rowett has different shapes. Why are we still sticking to 4-2-3-1 all the time? It really baffles me. It makes me think there's things coming from off the pitch down towards him that he's having to action, because I can't understand why we seem to be being handcuffed so much.
I'll tell you what, let me put this to you, Tom, because that was actually going to be my next question. Couldn't have sort of dovetailed into that any better if I tried. There is a saying, is there not? Too many cooks spoil the broth.
100%.
We've all heard that. When you look over, you had Rowett. Now, he's the manager. Now, he's had various different times. I saw him talking to Callum Davidson, who's his number 2. Talking to Andy King, who's his coach. Talking to Wankerhead. Sorry, Adam Sadler, talking to him. And I think I even said during the show, oh, good God, Rowett's talking to Sadler. We're not going to get anything out of this game. Too many cooks, Tom?
I think there is a little bit of that. I don't necessarily mind it so much between coaching staff. I think you've got to bang ideas off your coaching staff. I think that's part of it. But I'm concerned about, Chris, is beyond that and going, is it coming from off the pitch? Because there seems to be certain people in the football club who like to have a lot of control, will do anything to retain that control, even if it includes doing a very bad job and somehow getting promoted. And then it seems to be this drips down from there almost. And it seems to be it's our way or the highway. Well, you firmly put us on the highway to League One with that attitude, haven't you, really? So, yeah, no, that's what worries me beyond just what we're seeing between coaches. I think, like, when you talk about, like, look back to Clough and Taylor, Chris. Like, I think when you have one or two together bouncing ideas off each other, I think that's fine. But it does worry me. There must be outside influences going on here, because how it translates between 3 different managers we had this year now to see this happen quite a lot. It is a bit bizarre to me. He's off looking for where's Wally.
Did he spill the cider again? Did he dump the cider?
On the door. I thought somebody was knocking on the door. I just
ringing the bell, Chris?
Sorry?
Is somebody ringing the bell? Go on, do him a favour.
Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Wings.
Nice.
Want to know? Hey, knock.
Who's there?
Avon, your bell's knackered. Anyway, move on. I just think, I know, Wayne, I get what Tom is saying, that a manager doesn't have all the good ideas, and somebody might see something off the ball and say, well, if this has happened or whatever. But you can have too much input. I mean, when I like I say I coached one of my kids' teams for a while. I got an FA grade 1, which is, as I always call it, enthusiastic dad level. But we'd be at the side of the pitch, and there'd be a manager, and I was the assistant manager, and that was it. But you had all the parents down the side. Ryan, do this. Bobby, do that. And we had to literally turn around and say, fuck off and shut up. We'll tell them what to do. We will the manager will. I would say to him, have you seen that? He would shout the orders out. And it'd be a case of, if you don't hear the manager shout it, you don't do it. But it was all, because everybody was got a different idea of what was going on. I'm sorry, I'd get rid of Kingy, and I'd definitely get rid of Sadler up pitch side on match days.
Yeah, because the thing is, parents know better than football managers, though, don't they?
No, that is a fair point.
Apparently, we know better than football managers on this show quite a lot of the time.
Well, we all know better than the fucking dross that Leicester City employ. But there is too many. I'm sorry, there is too many coaches there. Please give a long answer, because I need to just go and do some artwork.
Well, you know what I think about this match? I think, the XG for them was 0.41 and they scored twice. Our XG was 2.01 and we scored 2. Basically, they scored. They got the most of their chances. And the one thing I'll say about Rowett is that a recent series of results. So we've got 3 draws and 1 win at the last 6. So do I agree with everything Rowett does? No, because that will be impossible. But do I think he's made significant decent changes to the team? Yeah. But I do think modern players are overcoached, and when they come to in and around the box, they kind of have a bit of stage fright. I mean, look at Mavididi. I'm sorry, Mavididi can run past people. I think in his head he's worried about trying to run past somebody, not running past somebody, and people will laugh at him. Because why can't he run past people? And why did Macassar do that? And then when Macassar had the free kick, why did Macassar just kick the ball into the wall of 2 men? He had loads of other options. So I think in and around the box, our players are used to stuttering. They're used to being nervous, and they're not playing the natural game, because all these guys can finish. They do it in training. They can. If you see them in training, they can kick it in the top right corner, top left corner, bottom left. Bottom right.
In training, they're playing against players that are just as shit as they are, because they're from the same team. I've said many times, go and get Anstey Nomads, go and get Colville Town to turn up for the training and make them play against another professional or semi-professional team. Because when you're playing against the 11 that's not as good as the first 11, and the first 11 are bloody awful,
I really think you've got a handhold this group. I think you've mentioned some good points there, Wayne. In fact, I think their game needs to be simplified, because I think letting them do it on their own backs and patting them back saying you're really good footballers, and then watching the sloppiness that still exists between players that are meant to be Premier League quality according to other players, other clubs looking at us. You go, that isn't there, is it? And it is frustrating. I'd literally take the highlights from this game into training, and then I'd hand walk them through what they did wrong. But I don't think a manager will do that nowadays, which is bizarre.
I mean, Jim, would you agree? Because I would argue there that I have not seen significant changes under Rowett.
Is that for me or for Jim? Because Jim's gone, I think.
Jim. And was he?
Yeah, he's vanished. I think he's had to run off somewhere.
You take it then, Tom. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I felt I saw a bit more resilience. Things of this nature. I think there was a great comment from Scott there. Discipline's a little bit better, but I do think the attacking side of our game, which has been one of the problems, as well as the defensive side of it, I think that hasn't improved. And I think, the defensive side of it has. But the problem is we needed both to improve. It wasn't just about the fact we couldn't defend. Because actually, if you look at Middlesbrough conceded a similar amount of goals as us. But actually, they're right up there. It's because they outscore us. So it was always a 2-tier problem. The focus has all been on the defensive side of it. And then, of course, we still shit the bed now and again. And we still look pretty ineffective at scoring goals when opportunities are there. So, no, I don't think he's done enough for me, Chris. And he has had a few weeks now.
Do you want, or Jim's back, do you think Rowett's made great strides and made us a better team?
I think it's been more of 1 step forward, 2 steps back. just when we think he's doing something. Earlier, he had the culture to change, and that was the biggest hurdle for anything, to change the culture. And then we thought, okay, he's changing the culture. We're starting to see players that weren't performing starting to show some desire. And I thought, okay, he's making that change, but he continues to just confuse us, befuddle us, just blow us away with the lack of changes, the lack of substitutions when we need them, the players he puts on the pitch, which they see more than we do in training and all, but still, when it comes to game day, the proof's in the pudding. And so, no, I think where he took that step, it's 2 steps back. So it's very disappointing now for me. It really is, because we needed it more than ever. And I thought that he had changed the culture enough that we would just continue to fight through the games we needed to, kind of like we did in that second half to get that second goal. And I had the feeling we would pull another one out. But no, it's just, what did you say? Wallpaper over the cracks.
Wayne, let me come back to you then with this one, because you're the one that's most upbeat about him. Would you want
him? You're a football buddy.
Would you want him here? No matter what league we're in, whether it's the first or the championship, because wherever we're going to be, it's going to be probably the same manager that we employ. Would you want him here at our club next season?
That depends on the personnel, doesn't it? Whether, yeah.
Oh no, I mean, it doesn't matter. We're not going to go and make loads of signings because we haven't got the money. We're still going to have a couple of the Vestergaards and possibly the Winks, because who's going to pay him those wages. We're going to lose some. We know all those that are out of contract. So basing on the team's pretty much going to be 75% of what we've got at the moment, whether we're in League One or whether in the Championship. Do you want him managing our team next season?
I'd say 75% yes at this moment. I'm 75%. Yeah, because basically we've got 2 clean sheets in the last so many games. We've got a win and 3 draws. I mean, all the fans are saying, please, for God's sake, give us a clean sheet. Give us a clean sheet. You were every week, Chris, and we've got 2 clean sheets. Do I think that? I'm sorry. If I was a manager and I put a team on the pitch, some of the substitutions were slow. But if you put a team on the pitch and they get 28 chances with 10 on target, I'm sorry, as a manager, what more can you? Yeah, with his timing of the subs, I agree. But the people, those lads on the pitch should have converted. That's not Rowett's fault for not converting those chances. That's those players.
Yeah, but it's Rowett's fault for putting those players on the pitch.
Yes, but he's put players on the pitch that created 28 chances and 10 on target, yet they could only score 2 goals. That's not Rowett's fault. That's the player's fault.
Yeah, but it's still Rowett's fault, because he should be looking at that. Like I said right at the start of the show, he came out and said, I'm putting my trust in these 2 players.
Yeah, but he inherited an absolutely shit overpaid squad. So that's what it is.
We've got a Loney that's on the bench that is a striker. We've got a couple in the is it Hutchins, Tom, or Hutchinson?
Yeah, Hutchinson.
We've got him there. We could play Monger in that. There's options, but he hasn't got the balls to do it. I don't want him anywhere near this club next season, whatever league we're in, because he's got the chance to change things and he's not doing. So you let me ask you this, Wayne, and I'm obviously everything. I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong. It's opinions, but
you always are. You're always right, Chris, and that's what we.
It's your show, Chris. You're always right.
I have to say, it's a hard cross to bear, but I do my best. But do you trust Daka and Ayew to get us out of this shit?
No,
he does. He does. And you want him to be?
He's got a limited choice of players, and all the players that could fetch money have gone, and all the other players that we wanted gone, that other teams didn't want, are still here. So that's why.
No, I get what you're saying, but he has got options. He just never tries those options. Look, today He brought AU on. What the fuck was that all about? Why didn't he bring on Richards and give him a chance? And if he doesn't like Richards, why is he putting him on the bench?
In Rowett's defence, I don't think he has any say if he can pull people out from the under-21s. I really think the club is that stupid they keep it separate. I think they literally don't want to upset them.
Conversation that basically we can't play him up front because his parent club has said no, he's a winger and you don't play him up front.
No, because if you go onto the Chelsea website, they have him down as a striker.
Right.
He scored something like 4 goals in 7 games for them. So, no, because I thought that. I'd heard that as well. But no, you go on there and they have him down as a striker. But, all right, let me ask you that then, Jim, as well. I'm going to ask everybody the same question. Do you want him with us next season, whichever league we're in?
Let me try to do it in a short answer. I can. Okay. I agree a lot with what Wayne said. There has been some improvement. Like I said a couple minutes ago, I think his first thing was changing the culture. But I go back to listening to one of the American football coaches that wanted more opportunity in say-so of personnel. And he said, and I said it before in this show, if you're going to cook the meal, you want to shop for the groceries, okay? And what we don't know is why. Is he being told something that play this player, don't play this player? I can't believe he's just blind, even though that graphic earlier with the walking stick, that was pretty good, Chris. But I can't believe he's that blind to continue to put players on there. I do like him. I don't think he's clueless. I keep hearing Tom's golden tones in my ears saying, I want a screamer. I want a kick-ass yelling guy to straighten these prima donnas out. So I'm really torn. I know I'm not giving you the answer. I like some things I see about Rowett. Wayne said all of them. But then again, I feel your frustration. As a fan, I'm like, come on, you keep doing this crazy-ass shit, and look at where we are. Okay, so we're getting draws. We're getting 1 point where we need 3. I don't know. And I think Wayne said it too. It depends who the players are. I think that's important too, because if you have players that aren't going to buy into it, you almost need it. There you go.
Well,
the blind man.
But Tom, we've got this new guy from Manchester City that's come in.
Yeah.
Surely, with his experience, he's not going to get there and go, yeah, John Rudkin, whoever it is, you carry on saying who the manager can play and can't play.
Chris, you just been talking about how there's too many coaches down there, and I'm thinking right now there's too many individuals that have a proven track record in this football club of making the wrong decisions who are still in these positions. You're trying to work with them. Look, honestly, I actually think the question is kind of irrelevant, because I think whoever the manager is, until there is a change at the top, there is not going to be any change here, because it's going to be the same path we've gone on for a long time. I think, unfortunately, the people who have been the problems are still here. I think they need to go. I don't think they're going to go on their own, unfortunately. And why would you when you've been paid so much money? Because the club is a reflection of them. That's how it's managed. That's how it's become what it is. And I think, we'll bring in players like we got now, with similar attitudes, and then the problem will continue, won't it? I think if Gary Rowett had a group of players more like Oxford United's group of players, a bit more physicality, a bit more mental grit, I think he'd be doing a better job of it here. But it does worry me, the people that are making the decisions to bring in these sort of players. Hey, JJ was a good one. There's been a few good ones. Fassery's been a good one, probably overall. And we sold some other players on for good money. But there seems still to be a load of players who have been here on such inflated deals. I was talking to you earlier about the bench, wasn't I? And saying 50 grand there, 40 grand there, 30 grand there. Between 4 players on our bench, that's the entire Oxford United starting 11 wage bill. I mean, it's bonkers.
Come back then. Okay, then if that is the case, then Rowett is less of a man than I thought he was. But
it doesn't matter, Chris, because you've got to work in the system, like Scott's been saying. And I think the system and the pyramid is completely held up by the people at the top of it. You couldn't tell your boss to do it, Chris. You couldn't tell your boss to do it.
My boss, right? If I said to my boss, right, I said, right, I need 2 new members of staff. Why? Well, these couple aren't really performing well. Well, have you trained them? Are you giving them the right things to do? why you've given your worst performing member of staff the biggest area to look after. What you doing that for? And I'm sorry, if I was a manager, I would not be prepared to be sat there because my job will depend on whether I get the best out of my team or not. And if I'm being told what I can and can't do,
Yep.
like I said, that time there's a girl and she was hoisted on me. I didn't want to. I said that from the start, but I was overruled. 2 months later, she was taken off the team because she was so fucking awful. Now, a manager has got to have that right, and you do not give us a manager or a head coach. If Gary Rowett does not have the final say on who is on the team, then he should have the balls to walk out, because then he is no better than Harry Winks. He's just taking the money and saying, thank you very much. I don't give a shit whether you stay up or go down, because you know what? I'm not picking the team. So just give me all this money that you've offered me to come and try and save you. I don't really give a shit anymore. That's what that's his attitude. He's no better than Winks, Faze, Vestergaard, or any of the others.
And I totally agree with you, Chris, because I've been there and you've been there. What happened with me? I walked. Because I couldn't work with it. And I told him, look, it's this simple. It's either going to be my way this time because I've given you your chance and or I go. So I left. It's that simple, So I do agree with you completely. But I think the problem is that we talked about this earlier in this thing as well. Money is really, really important to people nowadays, isn't it? And of course, this is why Leicester City have so much debt, because people have viewed us as a money graving trade. We're like blooming Las Vegas and giving out money for free.
It's just, I just cannot. I can't fathom the fact that he can't see what we see, and he continues to do this, because I would think a manager of at least his experience is going to come in and say, I'm going to win. We're going to do this. Just listen to what I have to say and turn things around. If he's prostituting us by just taking the money and laying down, then that's sad.
We already had a rumor from one member of this channel on another channel, didn't we, Chris? Who's rumored that there was something going on and he nearly walked one day.
Yes.
We can't confirm this, but it was rumored by someone who knows someone at the club. So,
the thing is, if you're Rowett and you're not, what do you say, Tom? I just need 5 minutes after the match to go and scream in the woods. So if Rowett's not screaming in the woods at this result and thinking. Do you mind me asking a question? I missed who was captain for today for us?
Ricardo.
Ricky.
Right. I made a note. So Daka was pulled back by their left back. He should have got sent off basically. And Ricardo, when we were setting up the free kick, Ricardo was moaning. Then the camera went off. It came back a few seconds later, and Ricardo wasn't moaning at the referee. He was moaning to one of his teammates. That's your captain moaning about something.
Was he moaning, or was he saying? I mean, he's got every right to go to the referee and saying that should have been a red card. So was he doing that, or was he moaning? Winks was at one point. Winks was shouting at the other players. Somebody said, I think, or I heard it. I can't remember now. Winks was shouting as well. It's a thin line, I guess, between what's actually being said. You wanted to make a point before, Wayne. You had your hand up.
I can't remember. Yeah, it's just regarding Daka, because he reminded me of Fatu when he went through his Mardy Moody patch, which he seems to be over now. And the one thing I'll say about that, you're the captain. So you challenge things and that, but you don't go down this bitching and moaning route, to want to a better phrase. And I'm thinking, no, I'm sorry, as a leader, you expect people to stand on principles sometimes, but also you don't gain respect by people. But, moaning about petty small things, I'm sorry, that is not a leadership quality.
It's disappointing, isn't it? Because it's times like this where you haven't got any leaders. Leaders can be born because they have to step up, because people have to find it in them. And like you say, ironically, the one that's been doing it is Winks.
Yeah.
Wayne, let me ask you this. Look, Monga came on. We'd gone 2-2. Monga and AU were on the sidelines, and then they sat down. And I think had Daka not, got cramp or whatever it was, I think wouldn't have come on. I think Daka would have been allowed to carry on once he got that goal. I'd have loved him to get the hat trick, to be honest with you. But I'm going back to this, and I'm sorry, Rowett is just pissing me off so much. You bring, and like I say, 30,000 fucking people can see this, but Rowett can't. He put Mongo on for Mavididi. Mavididi, he was very, very close to getting my ham sandwich of the week this week. But, he sticks Mongo out on the wing. Let me ask you this. Would Paul Gascoigne have been as good when he was on the wing? I bet he wouldn't have been. Do you remember Gary Lineker? How can you forget Gary Lineker? He went out to Barcelona. He was signed by Terry Venables when he was at Barcelona. Johan Cruyff came in and he put Lineker on the wing because he was fast. He's not a winger. Why can't people see these things? Now, if he puts Mongo in the middle and he has an awful game, that's fine. We can say, yep, you tried it, give you credit for trying it. But to say to us, well, we tried it in training, you're trying it with 40 fucking shite players. You're not doing anything. Oh.
Yeah, and I've said to the lads in the chat about Daka, like he chased somebody down, and then you heard the King Power. You could hear the roar through the television, the King Power crowd roaring, and it's like, then like Tom says, "Come on, we've got to win. Keep going." I won't mention the swear word. And Jim was saying, "I predict Daka will score." So we were all up, the crowd were up, and that's what you get for getting in the faces and giving it a bit and having a shot and taking people on it. The crowd, you could hear the crowd, and you're thinking, there you got Mongo who's coming on, who's a shell of a lad that he used to be. He's playing in such his manner when he comes on is so subdued. Now, he's a young lad anyway, but I'm sorry, some of these young lads are brilliant. And when watched the under-21s against Villa, although we let them get 2 goals ahead, I mean, when the under-21s attacked on force, wow, you're watching them, you go, oh, wow, that is fantastic. And it would get the King Power rocking again. But he plays Mongo on the wing. Chris, why? We've all said, why won't they try him as a 10?
Why? If they do, and he's awful, then they've tried it. I mean, Jim, I can remember when I was following England, and can I just say, by the way, if you've got any sort of, World Cup final tickets going cheap over there, let me know, because I can't afford 18 grand. Or is it 8 grand? It's one of the two, I'm not sure. For England, if we were struggling and Jack Grealish came on, I got really excited because he had a go. He went in. And I used to be like that with Mongo coming on, like, yes, Mongo's coming on. Go and show some trick. Now, Mongo comes on, I'm like, okay, he's coming on. I don't get excited. And I'm not saying I should get excited by a young lad, but do you know what I'm saying? The thought of him coming on and what he could do, used to get as Wayne said, it used to get the crowd up and going. Now, there was no noise when he came on.
No, and really, there's no noise when any of them. I mean, we get excited. We would get excited if Rowett made a substitution earlier, or he didn't make a substitution, or if the player we've been screaming for came on. But to have that exciting player that when they step up, you're excited. We don't have that. It's not Mongo anymore because, like Wayne said, he's a shell of who he once was, and this team, this club has just beat him down and others. And until you get someone that can, shake these players and wake them up and put some fire back into them, that's what we're going to see. And unfortunately, it's Rowett's job to do that now. And apparently he doesn't have that fire to fire them up, or they just don't care to listen.
We have no characters in the club that do that anymore because they got rid of them. Jamie Vardy was the last one.
Yeah, again, you look at leaders, and it's all right, Winks is acting like a leader at the moment, but how long is it taking him to get to that point? Look, I'm going out first here with my ham sandwich of the week, and I'm giving it to Rowett, head and shoulders above anybody. And Mavididi came very close. You know what pisses me off with Mavididi? He gets the ball, and there's a lot of things, and he plays it forward, and so the ball's rolling, and all he does is going something like that with his foot, pretending to sort of do something with it to fool the opposition player. I'm sorry. Anyway, don't start me on. I'll have another rant in a minute. So I'm going for ham sandwich of the week for Mr. Rowett. Tom.
It's difficult for me. I'll chuck a different name out there to be different. I was pretty disappointed with Jacob today. I think there was a miscommunication at the back as well when he tried to header it back to him and he came out of the area and had to kick it away, didn't he? Once again, it seems to be one step forward, two back because the communication wasn't there. I think his placement was a little bit dodgy at times as well. And really, he didn't have the save to make today. We conceded 2 goals. So I think it's either Rowett or Jacob for me.
Yeah, that's fine. And I've got to say, Mad Jason, I don't think you're so mad with that one because
4-4-2, him alongside Daka. Bugger it, might as well.
Look, Walshy it worked for.
Why bring him on with 3 minutes to go though?
I know. But the thing is, have you not noticed we are saying these things every single week? It's the same thing. It's no different, you know. Wayne.
I don't think there's been any. The one thing with Rowett, I'd say, he assembled a side that had loads of chances, and we should have won the game. And he's not in control of when they're in front of goal and how they play on the pitch in the moment. But yeah, his substitutions, I think they were poor today. They were too late. When I said in the last changes ? You know, what changes would you make? And like Tom said, then Preston are bringing on 3 players. You're thinking, what? Yeah. That to me was
hang
like.
on, Wayne, we've got something coming in. Breaking news. That's Wayne and Gary Rowett there. Who's it going to be, Wayne? Who's it going to be, mate?
Well, yeah, Rowett for the subs, I'd say. Rowett for the subs.
No problem. I do feel like I forced your hand into saying that.
You did.
Yeah.
I feel like I did. I'm sorry,
That's
Wayne.
called gaslighting, Chris. That's called gaslighting, and it's naughty.
Yeah, yes, it is really. Jim, my finger's still over that button. Who's your
well, I know Gary Rowett's the easy target right now, but I do think that he put a team, like Wayne said, out there on the pitch that at least had some fight and should have won the game and was attacking. But I'm going to say a player who leaves his post and a player who wears an armband is not a captain. I'd say Ricky P. I just continues to just blow me away. The fact that he doesn't act like a captain. And then, of course, we identified, the 4 experts here, I don't know why the coaches don't, that he leaves that back post every time. And so I would give it to him. So Ricky in the ham sandwich.
That is a very good shout, Jim. I'm going to say that.
Thank
That's
you.
a very good shout indeed. Right, performance. Matt Elliott said he thought that was the best performance he's seen under Gary Rowett.
Yeah, he drinks a lot like Milo, doesn't he?
He does. That said, though, I kind of see what he means. In that first half, we were Barcelona-esque at times. You know, we were actually going forward and we were passing the ball, you know, left, you know, these short little triangles, but it wasn't round the back. Sorry, I'm just going to go back because I just want to say, on your point, Tom, of Jakob being ham sandwich of the week, I'm going to put him as my second choice because at one point in that second half, he was stood on the ball outside his box, and it's like, what are you going to fucking do with it? And I heard the crowd were booing him. because he wasn't doing anything.
The
So,
defence obviously don't trust him either, which is a big worry.
yeah.
So we get second ham sandwiches now? Was it like a big sandwich and a little cob? What are we doing now?
It's a Subway footlong with a load of them together, isn't it? Like meatball marinanas.
All right.
Hey,
Wayne and I need to be prepared. Wayne and I need to know to bring a little cob along with your footlong. I got you.
At least you're calling it a cob. True Leicester name for it. And we've got to be careful. We're not going to get back to Wayne's 6 inches, aren't we? But performance, do you not remember him saying that at half time?
Yeah.
I never said anything, Chris. You're making that up.
No, I'm not, because I commented on the at the time, and Jim remembered it. I'm torn here. Can we get... Yes, a fisherman's 6 inches. I'm torn here because we can't give halves. And it wasn't... If we look at the actual performance... I'm going to actually give us 7. I think it was a 7 performance because we got hit by 2 soft goals.
Yep.
But apart from that, and you look at all the stats, we were on top. You know, we literally bossed that game. And like I said, at the end of the first half, I put, Leicester on top in the first half. And we pretty much were for all the second half as well, They never looked like getting a third, and I think the commentator said that. I couldn't see them getting a third. That said, I couldn't see us getting a second for most of that second half. But I was bordering on an 8, So I know you're not impressed with that, are you? But I'm going to go out there and say it was as a. So yeah, I know. Well, Mr. 5 for the performance there. I thought it was the result didn't go our way. The defence kind of let us down again, but the actual performance as a whole, and we fought back. 2-1 down, and we fought back and got it. So they're going to get a 7 from me. Tom, are you going to get any higher than a 3?
Oh, it's going to be close. I mean, the problem is, right, you know what I'm like, and this reminds me of the Wrexham game where I go, this is an opportunity where we could have won this game, and we had 28 shots and 10 on target, and we draw 2-2. And you just think that is always unforgivable. And it knocks a lot of points off for me, Chris. But then I do appreciate words can be weapons, especially at the time we're all a bit upset. And I just think there's something to be said for the fact there was a bit of resilience and they fought back, but we did need to win. I'll go for a 4.
4?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yeah, because we missed so many chances. You can't miss that many chances. It's criminal to have 10 shots on target in that game and only score 2.
I agree. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you.
I knocked off an extra point because we needed to win that game, and he didn't do it. They could have played worse and won the game. I'd have given them a 5.
Even Wayne and Jim nearly fell off the chairs with that one. Wayne, I was joking about 5s with you, Tom. 4, bloody hell.
Do you know what's funny, Chris? I'm more shocked that of your score rating than Tom's. I expected a 5, to be honest. There's you going on about Rowett's the biggest ham sandwich in history, and yet you said, what would have given them 8? I'm giving them 7, and Tom's
totally agree.
Tom's
no. He makes a decision, but then I'm looking at the performance of the players. And they played well. I was seeing passes. They were actually finding teammates. Like I say, they were having these little triangular passes, and it wasn't it back in our own half like it would have been before. Faze to Vestergaard to Stolarczyk to Faze to Vestergaard. It was actually moving forward. We were progressing the ball by doing that.
Chris, that's like saying I went to Amsterdam and I picked up a hooker and she was a 1 out of 10 for looks, but she shagged an 8 out of 10. It's really weird.
Put her back on her head. Yeah. I mean, might be a 1 out of 10 up there, be 8 out of 10 down there. Then you don't tell me, Tom, that you haven't been to a club and thought, wow, that person, she looks really, really hot. Oh, I'm going to chat her up. When you get up close, it's a blonde-haired bloke.
Alcohol does many things to your perception, Chris.
No,
Keep those experiences.
At what point? Just remind me. At what point?
We've got to follow that, Wayne. We've got to follow that.
Chris, don't share your personal experiences online.
Many times. No, I haven't. Tom, just remind me, sorry, because I didn't actually see Gary Rowett come on the pitch with and play with the ball.
All right, okay, right. I've taught myself into trouble here, just trying to do a decent joke. So let's move it on onto something else.
Sorry. So was there a joke in there? I'm sorry.
There was an attempt at a joke, but I've got a banging headache, Chris. I tell you what, it's been a headache-inducing kind of performance today for all of us.
I apologise, Tom. Did that was vroom. That obviously went way over my head, you know. Anyway, Wayne, go on, follow that.
Well, I wouldn't have put it that way. I was going to say, what's the idea of playing football matches? It's to skip round in short dresses, picking daisies from under the trees. No, it's to get the ball in the bloody goal. So that's why I was gobsmacked to you saying 7 or 8, because as professional people, they've got to convert those. So I'm not as low as Tom, but I'd say, yeah, the performance-wise, but the element of finishing and getting the ball in the net, it's a 6. And I do think it's one of our better performances, but for getting the ball in the net, that's one of our worst performances on chances created.
But how often have you heard the saying, that was a bloody amazing draw? Not this game.
Yeah, we don't need amazing draws, though, Chris. We don't need amazing draws. In our
No, we don't. But we could have still lost that one.
Yeah, but if you lose a game with that many chances, that's a travesty.
Come on, do you not remember the last couple of seasons?
We've dropped 26 points this season already. It's got to be on that point. I think we're more entitled to go for lower scores now. There's been too many games like this.
If somebody says, like, sorry, how have you lost that many points from a winning position? We'll say, well, look at this game, for example. We can't take chances.
No, and I wouldn't argue with that at all. That's a very, very valid point. But like I say, had we got the winner, that they might have even got a 9 for me, to be honest with you, because I just think the like I say, we wouldn't have passed that ball. But anyway, it's all about opinions. And I haven't even written down what you went for, Wayne. Sorry.
The 6, and I'd say, I hope you're my Father Christmas at Christmas, because you're very generous today, Chris.
Tell you what, mate, I'm not emptying my sack on your house. Jim.
Coming over here.
Good for you, Jim. Help me out.
Chris, is the mute button working at your place? Because we'd like you to hit it and hang on for a while.
I feel like I lowered the tone. I'm so sorry.
I'm a bit like Father Christmas. I only come once a year.
I mean,
this is sober, Chris.
At one point, we were in the red light district in Amsterdam, and then we're talking about. Well, here's the deal. My answer to my question: I appreciate the opinion of the football solicitors ahead of me. I thought they all gave great arguments. I hate agreeing with you, Chris. It galls me. I can't touch agreeing with Tom. I'm not over that 4. And I think he picked a 6-0 in one of his scores this week in Prediction League. I don't know where that came from, but you can't give a half. So I can't go somewhere between a 6 and a 7, because that's where I think they are. So I will go football buddies with Chris. So I'd say only because, and here's the deal, Wayne, you were dead on. I really was leaning towards a 6, but I really think they showed fight when they needed fight. They got the equalizer when recent games we wouldn't have. We'd have just laid over, played dead, probably scored on again and lost 3-1. So I give them at least that credit. Was it everything we needed? Absolutely not. We needed a victory. Simple as that. So you take points away from, I'll say 3 points taken away because we didn't execute a victory. Otherwise, we fought. All right, close your mouth. It's very.
No, I'll tell you why my mouth is open in a minute. Something's gone. The what do they call it on Star Trek? The time Dominion or something. It's all gone. I've been transported. I'm not here. Player of the match, according to the BBC, Bobby DeCover-Reid with a 10.
The fans are taking the piss because they've had enough of it.
Is it April Fool's Day? Is it April Fool's Day 2 days late? Is that what it is?
Ayew got a 6.
Yeah, the fans have had enough. They're just taking the piss out of it now.
I think they are.
I'll tell you what, I'll upgrade today's performance from a 4 to a 7 if they win the next 2 games. If they beat Sheffield Wednesday and Swansea.
And you are entitled to your opinion, sir.
Yeah. No, but I'll say that to the players. I'll happily say I'm an idiot and I was wrong today and giving you a 4. But go and beat Sheffield Wednesday and Swansea next.
Yeah. And Swansea did all right today, didn't they? I have to say, because I always say, like, we don't give halves because everybody would be giving halves. And when we're comparing player ratings with the guy from the Leicester Cty Live, one week he actually went for halves and then he cut back. I don't know why. But we always say if you give us a 6, it's 6 or 7. It's pretty much there or thereabouts. 8 or 9 is, 1 or 2 is. But 4 to anything is just like 4. You're not playing golf now, Tom. Man of the match. Now this I am struggling. I have to say. There is an obvious one, but I can't go for that. I mean, the obvious one for me is Daka, but I hate giving man of the match to a player just because he scored a goal. Yes, he got 2, but he should have had more anyway, and that's his problem. Tom mentioned it, and it was a very good point. We're looking at that and going, well, it was a double Daka, but he should have had 3. Possibly 4. I tell you who I'm going to give it to, and I thought he bossed that midfield. And he's taken a lot of criticism over the years, over the couple of seasons. Where if we'd have had, I'm going to give it to Harry Winks. If we'd had this Harry Winks for the earlier in the season. Or even like maybe this is his level more than the Premier League, but he was everywhere today, and he was having. Yes, there were long shots, and we know long shots they're a risk, but he does like the odd long shot. So I'm actually going to go for, and I'll probably get a lot of hate for this, but I'm going to go for Winks as my man of the match. Tom,
I'll keep it simple. I'll still give it to Patson Daka. I'll still give it to Patson Daka because he did get 2 goals, but I don't. Everyone else had something that annoyed me about them today at one point, including Patson.
Really? You're hiding it well, Tom.
Yeah, thank you.
Wayne.
Well, it's definitely not Winks. I know he might have been everywhere, but his wife's everywhere, spending all his 90 grand a week that he's flipping rinsing from the club. 90 grand a week, former England player. And he's
can I just say, actually,
it could be less.
He will be less. It's actually come out now, and it was a piece by John Percy in the Telegraph that they have got relegation clauses, and they would have had that relegation clause in when they got relegated from the Premier League. But I still think he was one of the better players. Mikasa came very close. I was quite impressed with Mikasa today. But I just think for Winks, he did kind of control. And like you say, he was doing the captain's role without having the captain's armband on.
Yeah, but like I want all these players gone. All the players on 50, 60, 70, that is rubbish value for money. Rubbish.
Yeah,
value
but we're looking at this game.
Daka then. Keep it simple, Daka. 2 goals, could have had 2 assists. He out-Varded Vardy. You can't ask any more from a striker. His highest performance ever in a Leicester shirt.
I could have dated Jennifer Aniston, but I didn't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But
right, so he would have got an assist if Macassar had finished that chance, which Jim, Tom, you would have finished.
True.
Yeah. I would have obviously missed it. There you go. Jim?
I think Daka is the easy choice, but I'm just not a big Daka fan. So if you'd have scored 3, I'd have gone with him. But 2 easy ones isn't good enough for me. Winks, yeah, I did like he was striking the ball there a couple times over the goal, but one time right at Everson. So I see where Chris is coming from. But I made a note early in the first half when they had I think 2 attacks on us, and they both were stopped by the same player. And I'm going to give it to Okoli. I thought twice he stood up with a guy just literally blazed through the midfield, came right into the box. He stood him right up and took the ball the other way twice in a row. And I really didn't hear anything negative. He didn't lose a man. He didn't commit a stupid foul. So I thought he played a good game.
I think that's not a bad chat. I thought you were going to go with Lascelles then, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, I can see your thinking there. Right, let's do the official one, shall we? I don't know who can see it down below, but here we go. This is the official one off Alan, who was at the match. He's agreed with Daka, with you two. And again, look, I kind of get that, but they were lucky. They were lucky goals. There were mistakes that let him score. And we all know that half the time we would have already missed that. And he's gone 6 as well for the performance. So
Wayne got the double-double. He picked Daka and a 6.
He did. Yeah. How's the prediction league going, Wayne?
No. I'm doing well in the fancy football, Chris. I'm doing well in fancy football.
I'm doing Leicester. I'm in the relegation zone, I think.
Why do you think I dropped out? I went bust.
It's not the winning, Chris. It's the taking part, just like Leicester today.
Well, this is it. This is very, very true. I am really, really, really going to regret doing this week, I'm sure. But here we go. Jim's got 3 big takeaways, and he's going to share them with us.
Well, let's talk a couple bonus ones. To start with, you mentioned Prediction League. You mentioned, I know. Well, you mentioned Prediction League, and then you said earlier you were a coach. You coached your son, and I'm thinking, would you have let your son quit if he fell behind in a match or a Prediction League? No, you wouldn't. So you bailed on us in the Prediction League. Anyway.
Interestingly, though, let me just come back on that point. Interestingly, we went to a tournament and the manager couldn't go. So I said, look, you go, Chris, you run it sort of thing and what have you. And my son was being played as like a defensive midfielder. And so he said, well, I'll have to try and keep them in the same sort of positions. And we lost the first game. And I said to Sean, my son, I said, do you fancy going up front? He went, yeah, I'll give it a go, Dad. I said, I think you could do a job up front. Got a hat trick. So, we still went out. But at least, we sometimes, and if you're watching Mr. Rowett, sometimes try these people in different places, and you never know. Vestergaard, he's the new Vardy. Jim, sorry, mate, carry on.
So to leave the Prediction League with one more tidbit, when Brad set us up, he said 6 matches, right, for today or for this first leg, right? Would you believe 5 of them have been played? All 5 are draws. All 5. So if you want to put money with the bookies, go down and put a bet on Coventry Derby. It's going to be a draw. Just watch. I mean, think about it. I looked and I thought, draw. No way. So, all right. So we'll get to the real stuff. On the Daka goal, this is what Chris said. Ha, hee, hey, OMG. And then he said, I told you Daka would score and score. And you called it. And that was early, and he scored again. So props to you for your crystal ball.
No, but see, I didn't. I was completely wiping the floor with him in the pre-season.
I know, but you said that. The hey, oh my God, I told you you'd score. But then here's the turnaround. That same Chris Cross at the 64th minute, I have lost interest in this game. Oh, God. So that was my Chris take for today. Can you bring up the Preston North End logo that you had? Is there a way you can get that guy with the white hair out of the picture? You had it a good whatever you have of their logo. Might have been your custom graphics.
Bear with me. I can get the logo up on
You
its
had
own.
one. You had one where it just had your logo in there. No biggie. I had something that my takeaway on that.
Why isn't that opening up? I'm struggling because for some reason it's opening up. Sorry, mate.
No. Well, if you see it, it's got a lamb and a cross and a halo. And I'm thinking, we were up against it from the get-go. On Easter weekend, we're playing a team that has a lamb, a halo, and a cross on their logo. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
That's it. So they had a higher power helping them. So that's why we didn't get the third goal. That's simply as that.
Yes.
Yeah. And then my biggest takeaway, guys, it comes from the great Monty Python group that Wayne referenced in in his show the other day. We're not dead. We're not dead. We're not dead. Okay.
But we have seen the B.
We're not
We have
dead.
seen the B.
No, we're not dead yet. We're very damn close, but we're not dead yet. So let's go win a game against Wednesday on Monday.
Yeah, well said. I don't think we will. I think we may not yet be the dead parrot, but we're certainly pushing up the vestibules or whatever they call it. I mean, look, as I look at the table, two things to end with here. All right, we're back down into 22nd. I think we were 23rd before. We have got a 6-goal advantage over Oxford, but that can very easily disappear. Portsmouth on -17. Did we get lucky today? I mean, we got a draw, but Oxford got a draw. Portsmouth got a draw. West Brom got a draw. There was only Blackburn Rovers that somehow managed to scab one past Birmingham. I think Blackburn, we can't catch. Well, whether we can catch Blackburn, but whether we do or not. So were we kind of sort of lucky with that a little bit, Tom?
Yeah, I think so. The only thing that worries me is that Ipswich don't like us very much, and if they're already in the playoffs, will they throw their game against Portsmouth? Because if Portsmouth win their game in hand, all of a sudden we're in 22nd on 40 points, they're in 21st on 44. There's a 4-point gap, and us and Oxford are down.
Yeah, I mean, the game is being played in a couple of weeks. It's a midweek game.
Yeah.
So I don't think anything will be decided then. I mean, Millwall have just taken over from Middlesbrough into second. Ipswich need to win tonight, and they would go into second purely on goal difference. So I don't know. The last point that I want to raise with you all, and you can all answer this question, and I read it somewhere this week, that they are considering, and we might get away with it. One of the good things about being relegated to League One is that we may not have to put up with VAR, which they're considering introducing into the Championship. And I think the headline was, would that make the Championship a better league? Anybody can come in on that one.
All right, I'll be the one. I know I'm not a traditional Englishman on feelings, but I don't mind VAR as long as they make quick decisions. I don't mind it. If it's going to right or wrong, I don't mind it. But we went through it over here in the States in American football with challenges and instant replays, and it just took too damn long. So if they make it quick, I have a problem with it.
And the interesting thing is, with the VAR, at the end of it, after 4.5 minutes, whatever, it's still down to subjective human decision making.
It is.
It's down to whether the Premier League wants in the Premier League next season for a bit of money.
And on that note, I don't think any of us would necessarily argue with that. As I said a couple of weeks ago, and I was told off for saying it, when you think of the Premier League, how do you say corruption without mentioning corruption? Allegedly. Guys, thank you all very much. Are we all back on Monday?
I'll be gone. Can you guys stay on the line when we're done?
Yes.
I'll be here just to say to Gavin in the chat, like the way we feel today, mate. I think Sheffield Wednesday might get their second win of the season.
Yeah. Wayne, you can you?
Yes, mate.
Jim, you can't.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Out of town.
Oh God! This is all travelling all around. Desi loves us, but when it comes down to it, dumps us at the first opportunity. Okay, guys.
He was away for the majority of the year.
I don't know who follows me on Facebook, guys, but
who listens to your radio show? Nobody. Not me.
Well, that's true. Oh no, Wayne used to. I don't know if he still does.
Every now and again dropping, but I daren't let you know I'm listening, Chris, because you'll be taking the piss.
He does. Oh my God. He does.
Thank you to everybody thank you, Tom, Wayne, and Jim for being in. Thanks to everybody that was in the chat. Really do appreciate it. Do all the normal things. Subscribe, like, and click.
Have a great Easter. Happy Easter.
Don't have too much chocolate. And if you're on your mobile phones, please also remember when we come off here to hype. And I'll leave you with this thought. I may have been drunk at the pub last night, but I still managed to book another holiday to Lanzarote. Good night, everybody.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You'd better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.